Good morning, everybody. Wednesday, November 18th in the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of the room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Excellent. Well, guys, I've had a nice little pre-market. Let me do one thing before I show you what I did in the pre-market and talk about what else is happening. One little thing here, just got to do an adjustment, and we're good to go. All right, so first of all, in the pre-market, if you were in the room yesterday afternoon, you know that GKK said, you know what, guys, you should be taking a look at MARA, M-A-R-A, as a something you might want to hold overnight. So, kind of as a joke, I mean, I took it as I took it here in the simulator, but I did end up taking it in my real account. Got in at 302 and I sold this morning right up here at 355. I know he was talking about 5. I can always get back in. Okay, so there is my line right there, 302. That was just before the market closed, and woke up this morning, saw this nice gap. I just can't help myself. I'm not going to hold on till 5. So anyway, we'll see what happens. The other one was IHT. So why did I take IHT? Well, I first saw AHT. I saw AHT doing this, and you know, I recall that IHT was sort of piggybacking on that one a few days ago. So when I saw IHT making this move, or AHT making this move, I quickly went to the IHT chart, and it was still here. It hadn't made the big move. And so the minute it took out this, what was that high right there, on 256, the minute it did that, I got in at 259, and boom, it just followed all the way up here. I took some out at 316, and then when it broke down through 3, I took the balance out at 296. So, my day is done. Yeah, that was really, that's definitely a nice way to start the day. I say I don't trade that much in the pre-market, but could not resist those two. And just 1 second, please. I just have to rearrange something on my other monitor. And we'll get to the other movers today. Okay, so what else is happening? So there is some. So if you read the news about Boeing, I guess their Max is getting closer and closer to a release. You know, there's still some hurdles to overcome, but that has really popped up. Well, of course, Boeing's been on the move, and I think it's helping. I think Southwest Airlines. I think they were the biggest users of Max, the Boeing Max, and so this has popped up a little bit. Not huge, but look at this South American airline. What is it? Azul, A-Z-U-L. Look at this one. What a move it has made. It actually got over 20, but more importantly, look at this monthly chart for Azul. This does not look like any of the other monthly charts. You know, look at American Airlines as an example, okay? Well, I shouldn't say not like all of them, but okay, I guess Delta, I guess maybe it's just American Airlines that doesn't look like it. But anyway, look at AZUL. I mean, what a great looking monthly chart that is. I mean, look at the potential gap fill. So this is a Brazilian airline. It's sort of a cheaper version of it. Another in Brazil. I don't know if it's exactly an airline or infrastructure, but ERJ, same sort of thing. I mean, look at where it could go. Just 1 second, please. Okay, now let's take a look at some of the other ones. GDRX. This is gapping down. Is it still gapping down? Yeah, it's gapping down. Had a bad day yesterday. Continuation. I have a feeling I think it's to do with Amazon. I may be wrong, but I couldn't really see any other reason. Again, with Amazon getting heavy into now prescriptions, and I think this might have had something to do yesterday with that Amazon news. Definitely keeping a look at the volume of this one from yesterday, this DNK. I almost took this one in the pre-market also. I didn't get it. Look at the volume of this one yesterday, 33 million in the float. It basically almost doubled the float in volume yesterday. I mean, it just compared to all the previous volume days. So DNK, it's still a lot of volume. And let's see what happens if it can continue. DNK. SCKT, sock it to me. SCKT, is this still up? Yeah, it's still holding. There's sort of skyrockets on contactless reader clearing Google Wallet certification. So that is the news for SCKT, Socket Mobile. Another look at the void, low float, lots of volumes. Already traded the float. Look left on this weekly chart. You have 452. The next high is 372. ONCT is a gap down, a small one. It's a gap down. It's on a financing. I think they've upped the number of shares. ONCT, and the financing is done at 310, so it's just a little, it's right at the financing price. Kindi, man, still, is it still over 10? It just was over 10 this morning. Again, keep an eye on this. I mean, this just could keep going. Now, NIO had earnings after hours. It's not that bad. Well, it is now starting to drift down, but I mean, there was a reaction after hours for NIO. It actually got down to $42. It was kind of all over the place. This morning it actually popped up, but it now is fading pretty badly here. I mean, $48 down to 45, so it's $3 and moving down. So, I mean, that's an earnings play. NIO. Spirit, SPR. Again, I don't know if this is tied directly with Boeing, but SPR, I mean, look at this one. Same thing. I mean, not they all, but a lot of them look just like this. There's a big gap down, kind of a base, and now in the last month, a lot of these airlines are doing this, and that's SPR. MFGP, is it still up? Yeah, it's not bad. It's not fading yet. I want to make sure this is not a buyout or anything, the way it's trading. Doesn't look like this is a buyout. I don't see any specific reason for this, but this is up 28%, lots of volume. And look at the gap. KZIA is still hanging in there. It's now at the high of the week, and it's certainly breaking out of last week's high. And I jumps on data readout, so this is it's positive data for it's a bio. So. And it's a very low float, 6 million in the float. So look what it did though. This is actually the I guess the announcement came out after hours yesterday. So this actually hit after hours, 16:45. So see what happens once the market opens. EGY is up. They've made an acquisition. It's still up. It's not a super low float, but it is lots of volume. But again, one of these ones where you just sort of look left. I mean, there's probably a lot of resistance around that $2 level for EGY. And I've already mentioned AHT. And this is holding, boy. This is holding. AHT is holding. It's above last week's high, way above last week's high. And the IHT, I'm not giving up on the IHT. The AHT has 12 million in the float, and IHT I think has 3 million and change. Yeah, well, actually 3 million in the float. So you know, you got to keep an eye on these two today. I mean, they look like they wanted to rip. AHT is kind of holding a little better than the IHT. Their earnings play here for TJX. There's a big gap up. This is not it's not an all-time high, but I don't know where we have to go to see an all-time high for TJX. Yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly. Yeah, this doesn't look right because I don't know if this has done something in the past that this chart is not taking into account of, because that, I mean, it would have looked like the all-time high is 65.22. If that were the case, that that would be way over here, you know, the position in the lifetime range. At any rate, this is a big gap up for TJX. PAYS, P-A-Y-S. P-A-Y-S is a gap down. And this is an earnings play, a gap down on earnings. And this is, let's see, it's not a lifetime low, but 349 right down here. So this is a, obviously, bad reaction to earnings for PAYS. And you know, I don't really pay that much attention to the ones that are under $1, but this one, you know, for those of you who do like to take a look at the ones under $1, ATIF, lots of volume. It's, you know, low float, 13.9 million in the float. You can see, what did it get to this morning? It got up to 88 cents, and what's the high right there? So at 85 cents. So it tried to take this out. So I mean, if it can get up, if it can take this out and get over $1, I mean, it still has room to the $1.33, which would be a nice percentage move. Again, I don't really look at these, but I know some of you will, so thought I'd bring it to your attention. Rallies as it prepares for a $100 million investment fund, something like that. So I'm just reading a headline, not delving into it that much, but that is the headline for it. And, okay, let's take a look quickly to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. Let me just check my email and see what briefing.com has sent me this morning. Okay, well, maybe the trend is starting to turn just a little bit now. I think this is the first day that I can remember that we've had more downgrades than upgrades. So let me get them in. You know, the CRNC, I have to take a look at the CRNC because I saw this one yesterday. It's a fairly cheap one, I think. Let me just do a quick look. CRNC. Okay, I was thinking of something else then because I see Goldman has an upgrade for it. I thought there was some other one that started, I think, a similar group of symbol or letters, but it's not that one. Because usually Goldman doesn't look at the really cheap ones, and I thought, okay, why are they looking at that one? But it's not that one. So, downgrades. Take a look at the downgrades. PAYS, it's an earnings play, a couple of downgrades. A couple of downgrades for Honeywell, HON. All right, there are the upgrades and the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Well, for those of you who are betting on Boeing earlier, I mean, I know a lot of you. I mean, this was devastating here, but on the comeback, I mean, 143 all the way up to 223 now. Again, you have to read the news on it this morning. It appears that they're going to get the clearance for their Boeing Max, and I mean, there's still some hurdles to. I think I read that individual inspections on the current ones. I think how many? Is that 450 planes, something like that. But obviously good news for Boeing. And so, I mean, if I'm looking left on this, I mean, the next high looking left on the monthly chart is around 234. So, if we can clear that somehow, then it can maybe start to regain the previous luster. It might have been CRMD that I was thinking of yesterday. It might have been this one, the one that started with a C. That was really, what did it do yesterday? Yeah, I think it was a CRMD. So look at CRMD. It's still continuing here. It announces FDA's decision that advisory committee meeting for a new drug application is not needed. Okay, so I guess that's good news. And that's the news on the CRMD. And it's pretty low float, 30 million in the float. Give me one moment, please. I accidentally shut down a screen on my other monitor. Just give me one moment. Oh, no, I didn't. Okay. Plus, it's an earnings play. I know you know that, William. So remember my talking about this. People were asking me yesterday, what do I think? What do I think? What do I think? What I think is I don't hold through earnings. That's what I think. Okay, so the market is starting to drift down a little bit here. It was up. Let me see. What are we now? Yeah, so we're just mildly positive on the SPY. SPY is starting to drift down just a little bit. All right, Mara is starting to come back. Again, I'll be interested in it again. And that's a pretty big pullback on a percentage basis from that 360 down to 315. And I've traded out of it, but I'm going to take a look at it if it gets over 350 again. Keeping an eye on Riot also. I don't want to take Riot, but I just want to see how it's trading. It did the same thing as Mara. These are trading lockstep. Mara, of course, has a few less in the float. I think Riot has more of a following. Let's see, 4.9 million shares. No, actually, I'm surprised. So more volume in the Mara. Surprised. Thank you. So were you here right from the beginning, GKK? I did take it in my real account, but I did sell it. Okay, I did sell, but I'm willing to get back in. Yeah, I got in right here, a little bit before the close at 302. Remember, I said I wanted it to hold over 3. It looked like it was going to do that, so okay, and then I sold up here. Okay, I shall get rid of all these screens here. Oops. Yeah, this CIIC was halted. I don't know if it's is resumed. It's a news halt. So this is a news halt. I'm just looking at my halts resumes. So this is halted. You know, I mean, I have not really. I mean, of course I'm aware of Bitcoin and all that, but I have not participated in it whatsoever. The interesting thing I read this morning is that yes, everybody remembers that Bitcoin almost hit 20,000. What was 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, whenever that was. But the number of days that it was actually over 10,000 wasn't that much. It had just a huge run in a very short period of time, and then before it collapsed. So what they're saying this time, of course, is that there's way more days that it's been over 10,000 and starting to form more of a base. Yeah, exactly, Fritchel. So is it 3 years ago? My gosh, 3 years ago already. Okay, one moment, please. These infrastructure plays, so BLNK a little bit weak. I think fuel cell was kind of all over the place this morning. Yeah, it's sort of weakening. Again, these are longer term. I mean, you either believe in what's going to happen or you don't. So, what is Plug doing? Actually, Plug has a little bit of a pop here. Get Plug. That's right, Plug. Remember, they did their financing yesterday. Was it 22.25? I don't have my notes from yesterday. I've already scrapped them. So I think it was 22.25 the financing for Plug yesterday. Yeah, Lu is. This is that China stock, right? Yeah, another China stock. LU, yeah. I mean, what a day it had yesterday. I'm sorry, it had a down day yesterday, I guess, but it's trying to recover. It was 22.25. Okay, thanks. All right, everybody. The market's going to open in less than 30 seconds, so let's have a great trading day today. And again, if you want to follow my watch list up and down, you from the toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar, and my watch list. Where are you? Right there, Barry's watch list. Remember, everything in here is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. And just get ready for the open. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. All right, I'm looking. I'm looking at Mara again. Maybe for another re-entry, maybe up in this area. They've already sold out. So there's the carryover. These are the ones carried over from yesterday in the simulator. All right. There's the trade of the week, CLF. There's the Mara. All right, pays on the way down. Pays on the way down. Man, this is shortable. Boy, let's take a look at here. 379. That's the low looking left, I think, on the monthly, or 390. This is getting close. Looks like getting close to an all-time low. Though I have a feeling this had a symbol name change here. This is not an IPO. Yeah, this. In fact, I'm almost 100%. In fact, I know this was a symbol name change. I can't remember what it was before. So this is not an IPO here. Okay, market drifting down now, guys. So we're probably negative. Dow was up just a little bit. NAS is down. Tech is down. SPY is down a little bit. So I'm watching a lot of these that had gap. Okay, there's CBAT, gap down and go. Well, I don't like checking. I don't like trading the first 15 anyway, so probably just watch to see what's happening here. There's APHA. So are the cannabis plays, are they all in play or just that one? So there's the ETF. I don't know. JMIA. Yeah, will it fill all the way down here? Okay, there's DNK, guys. I mean, it's, got up there, up to 347, dropped all the way down to 320, and now it's popping. DNK. What are they? I mean, it looks like this is a fin out of China. Lessers of residential. I really don't know anything about this company. I don't think I even saw them until yesterday. Look at the volume yesterday. Over 60 million shares. All right, IQ continues down after its earnings play yesterday. IQ continues down. Here still has some room to around the 22.29 mark. Well, DNK, after that little blip here, exploded. Yeah, no kidding. Oh, wow. That is an explosion. Yeah, G-Sky, Green Sky. His has room also, GSKY. What's the float like? 52 million, so it's not low, not crazy high, but it is. And look at the room it's got. To the 5 level. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but there is probably the big resistance area. The next high looking left is 434. Well, it was in the pre-market. I had noticed it moved. So I mean, it was thumbnailed for me. Okay, so I had this on thumbnail as a thumbnail, but it's also was alerting in here, basic new highs. But this is the pre-market work that we do here. So it already had gapped up in the pre-market. So this was something that had to be watched. Okay, look at SM, guys. SM, now this is a big float, 107 million in the float. Had a big day yesterday. It is now through the 200-day moving average. It basically looked like it actually closed right on the 200-day moving average yesterday. Candy, guys. Look at Candy go. KNDI, look at it go, and it's above yesterday's high, I believe, or just at yesterday's high. And my other little pet, GRWG, I mean, it can be whippy, but again, I keep saying that this, to me, is the best cannabis play out there. It has been very, very, very steady. And, relatively low float, so but that's why it can be whippy, but I mean, look at this move over the last few days. Okay, so we have a couple of early ones. Again, I'm not a big fan of the early ones, but all right, there's INO. So it had a little, this is a gap down and go. It had a little pop here, but this is weak yesterday, and it is still weak underneath 11. That whole number. And looking left, the next high, well, okay, on the daily chart, oh boy, in the daily chart, the next low, is that right? The next low looking left looks like it's around 10. What's that right there? 1082. So the next low is around 1082. 1080, 1082 takes those two levels out. I think this could have a shot to get close to that 10 level. And that's for the INO. I'm going to stick a price alert right there. Yeah, it's a little high, or low. Let me put it at 1080. 1076. I'm going to put a price alert at 1076 for INO. See if it takes that out. Well, Nordstrom's had a pretty nice. Nordstrom's had a very nice recovery. Look at this. I mean, this looks like those airline stocks. On that monthly chart, JWN. Fossil, look at Fossil. Had a great day yesterday. Continuations. It's had 4 nice days. It had earnings on the 11th, and since then it's been running a bit. JMIA. Ooh, this is getting back to those levels. If you remember that run it had, it pulled back, and then another. Now it's on the very similar looking run. It's not a great looking daily chart when you have all these gaps, but it's having its run again. I'm going to stick an alert right up here around 1970. See if it takes out those highs. It's over 20. All right, now guys, keep an eye on ANH. The volume is just starting to pick up. It's on a low float. It's over 2. Look left, and look how much room it's got. It's got room to the 3 level. And DNK right back up. Right back up, making a new high. KZIA, wow. Okay, so I'm sharing, that's one of the scans I'm sharing. Okay, halts resume. So all the scans that I'm sharing, just give me a moment here. So all the scans that I'm sharing, you can access them from my homepage. GNK, guys, is just well, an absolute monster now. So if you click on my homepage link, click on the homepage link, and you, right here, here are my scans. Just click here. And one of the scans, well, here are all the scans that I'm sharing, including halts resumes. Okay? Well, one of the filters we have, you can try these filters. Wow, IHT. Okay, guys, keep an eye. AHT and IHT. IHT has a super low float, only 3 million in the float. Macy's is an earnings play. I believe it's an earnings play. That's tomorrow, November 19th, so it's pre-market tomorrow. So a couple of filters that we do have for volume increases. If you right-click on an alert window or a top list window, search, and you can click on volume. And volume 1 minute, okay, and volume 5 minute. You can try these two. So if you add that filter volume and say put something pretty high, like 1,000 per 1,000, that's going to be, so that means it's comparing to previous 1 minute volumes. So usually you'll get some very big volume increases. Okay. Now you have different time frames. How many times have you heard me talk about Corsair, guys? CRSR, sorry, CRSR. What a great, great IPO this has been. This has a, oh, actually it's not as big a float as I thought. This Callon Petroleum, CPE. Look at this on the weekly chart. All right, well, finally, my alerts have settled down. All right, so I did notice, I didn't even see this. This is so, it was wrapped up in other things, but okay, so interesting that was a very tight target. Now, you don't have to be out of this trade. If you took this trade around that 452, yes, the AI got out at 487. Doesn't mean you had to. You want to take out some, but I mean, it's still alive. If it takes out 5, let's take a look left on the monthly chart. 429, 679 on the monthly. I mean, we've got a lot of resistance right around here for it. 6. That's still a ways off. I don't know. It's just, sometimes there's just no target. Some have been optimized with no target. I don't pay attention at all to the target. To me, it's artificial. I mean, you treat each alert that you get on its own. Okay. So yes, maybe the strategy has been optimized for a certain target, but I would treat each alert on its own. Ah, wow, look at this ONCT. I was toying with the idea. I'm not sure if I would have been able to get it, but I was toying with the idea of shorting this. This is way below the, let me see if I wrote that down. Yeah, 310 is the financing. Okay, this looks worse than it is. I'm sorry, I thought this was way down here. So it's a little bit below the financing price, ONCT. And IPWR has been halted, volatility halt, IPWR. Haven't seen this one for a while. Let's have a party. PRTY. Look at this one gapping now. Boy, a lot of action this morning. Okay, Smile Direct is trying to come back here. SDC had earnings yesterday. Interesting day. I mean, it got all the way down to $9 and it closed up at 10.29, and it's trying to continue. If you look left on the daily chart, probably some resistance right around 11 something. So just have a little bit of room to run. So a nice recovery yesterday. And now I'm starting to see some gap down and reversals. So there's NCLH. I just don't like to trade these. I just find they're too emotional, too whippy. BLNK though, gap down, reverse. How do I short a stock? Well, I mean, if your broker has shorts available, you just short it. Wave Lab. I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. I mean, it's really that simple. If your broker has shorts, you just short it. Well, what a nice comeback. So this is now over yesterday's high. ANH, it's now, or sorry, BLNK, it's now over yesterday's high. All right, what do we get here? DNK, so yeah, I mean, this is pretty extended on that alert. This one is very interesting, ANH. It may not be very dynamic. It has a lot in the float, but it may be a less stress-free trade. Look at the room it's got on the monthly chart. Wow, candy over 11 now, guys. I know you guys probably were sick of me talking about candy forever, but boy, this is my dark horse, compared to the other three China EV stocks. Well, these stocks have been extracted from the watch list that I create overnight. They've met the filter requirements. So that's why they show up here. I mean, yeah, look at XPEV. I mean, I look at XPEV compared to Candy right now. And how's NIO doing? NIO's the same, kind of drifting down. And the other one, LI. Come on. And this is drifting down. Compare it to Candy. Boom. Only, yeah, so Darina, only if you enable the strategies. Now, so you want to trade live? talking to somebody in the YouTube feed, is Holly AI supposed to send order entries? Only if you enable the strategies that made the cut. You'd have to enable all the strategies. Okay, in paper, well first, so it's not going to do it automatically. You have to turn the strategies on. So if you go to the Holly AI tab within Brokerage Plus, and then highlight them all, and then right click, and then it says enable 14 strategies. You just click enable. Now they're all on. Okay? Did you see what I did? So first, remember, you have to also connect to the simulator first, but you have to turn the strategies on. And you have to do that every night or every day. I don't understand when you say, I don't understand what you mean by, well, it should have taken these 4 trades. If you turn them on, I mean, these are the 4 that have been in. If you turn them on, then these are the 4 that were alerted so far this morning. If you're not, I mean, I have no explanation. Now, okay, are you saying they didn't take these? Because it might have something to do with the offset you've got. You really have to watch this video, okay? If you haven't watched the video, because it goes into, if you don't know what I'm talking about in terms of an offset, I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed, guys. Because the AI may get an alert at 452, but that was a fast-moving stock. So even if you're auto trading, it may have moved so fast, so you're not going to get a fill probably at 452. So with all these strategies, there is an offset. What the offset means is that how far outside of that 452 would you have taken it? Now, I don't know what your offset is showing, but if I just, so there's the offset. So if you right click on one of the strategies, right click, and then edit long trading strategies, limit offset right here. Now, if yours was say, I don't know what yours says, but for instance, if it said 2 cents minus 0.02, that means that you would only be able to take that trade at 453 and 454. You would not get it at 455 as an example. So, if you want to ensure that you get trades, you have to increase that limit offset. But there's, it's something that only you can figure out where your limit offset should be. Okay? Do I have my overnight filters? I'm not sure what you mean. So what I do is I have a bunch of scans that I look at after hours, and that basically helps me to construct the watch list for today. And if you're asking me for those, yes, I'm making my own watch list based on my scanners, exactly. Party. Okay, IPWR just resumed. This was a 10-minute halt. So IPWR just resumed. NKLA, okay, I'll take a look at NKLA. Yeah, I mean, it's having a comeback. You know what story behind this one. Just got absolutely beaten up by, I can't remember if it was Street Sweeper or Citron. No, it wasn't. It was the Hindenburg. The Hindenburg. So they're a short selling group and they just basically unbasted NKLA. Now it's trying to come back somewhat. Boy, look at XPEV, guys. XPEV is really starting to give it up here, down to almost 5%. Takes out 40. That's a pretty psychological number. All right, look at this big red SPY candle now on the 15-minute chart, guys. The second 15-minute candle, big red candle forming. So the Dow is still up, SPY is down. So the little disconnect, that's probably, I don't know if that's the Boeing effect. But look at tech. Tech is fading now, starting to fade. Take a look at the Qs. And yeah, look at the Qs right now. Now, ribbon communication, okay, this doesn't have that much room though. So I put this on the watch list just in case it gapped over 6 also. But you can see it's very, very close. RBBN is very, very close. Actually, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. That is, yeah, no, I'm right. 592 is the high there and 593. So really got to take this out. I'm going to stick an alert here. Doesn't mean I'm going to take the trade at 590, but I want to see if it gets there. If it could do that, then it has some room. No, something's put a charge into party, PRTY. Yeah, wow, look at this topping tail though. Okay, just trying to see. Okay, so this just came into the AI. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, TANH. But even if I wanted to short this one, it's not shortable. And that's for Interactive Brokers. Ah, MIT. Remember MIT? Remember this day right here? Or it might have been I think this was one day, 792. So keep an eye. I mean, it had a huge drop. But keep an eye on MIT, MITT, over the whole number 3. If you look left, nothing on the daily, nothing on the weekly. So you have to look left on that monthly chart. 345 is the high. Next high looking left on that monthly chart, and then 370. So this has some room. Not a lot of room, but some room. Well, I'm definitely glad I got out of the Mara when I did. We'll still take a look at it later on. I'm sure Riot has done the same thing. Yeah, so they're trading in tandem, Riot and Mara. And the trade of the week, it's what did it get up to? Actually, got up to 936. So the trade of the week is still, still looking really, really good. Remember, the trigger was 852. You could not have got it at 852, but you certainly could have got it between 855 and 860 on Monday. And so, that's a great little percentage move again for CLF, trade of the week. Well, what a recovery. Blink, what is Fuel Cell doing? See if this is following. Yeah, kind of following, guys. So, if you like this little Fuel Cell, it's still down. It's almost flat. Yesterday's close. As opposed to CBAT, CBAT has not recovered. Blink kind of did this pre-market, or not once the market opened, and then it really recovered. It is doing really well. CBAT not exactly the same. Now, there is a green bar ignored actually. There's the red candle. There's that green candle, totally engulfed by the previous green candle. Next candle is red. Trigger is around 791. Next candle's red. Goes below the low of that green candle, signifying a potential short. Might be tough to get. It's down 20%. I mean, look at Fossil. I mean, this is just been a great little retail run, November 11th. So there is the reaction to earnings for Fossil. This is on the 12th, so because it had earnings on after hours on the 11th. So right there, and it's just had a nice run. FOSL. Now TTM. Okay, this is this India car company, and a little bit like Candy. I don't know how much they're into EV, electric vehicles. They are probably, like most companies, they are. But Candy is just sensational. Keep an eye on Fuel Cell, guys. I mean, or FCEL. See if Blink is just going crazy now after that momentary gap down. Keep an eye on Fuel Cell. See if it follows. It's just gone positive. Remember, it was 2 cents under when I was looking at it just briefly. The pre-market high was 430. Yesterday's high was around 450. And another favorite, that Palantir, PLTR, for the potential swing. I mean, now it's the all-time high again. Yesterday's high was 1875, so it broke that. You know, this TANH, take a look at this on this. Oh, I mean, this has got room. I mean, I mean, it's had a tremendous 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months or so. You know, it's almost a four bagger. It was under $1. Now it's at got as high as 367. The next it's right at that resistance area on the monthly chart. You know, if it cracks through that, I know it's a short, but you know, this looks like if it can crack this right there, 379, this could have another little run in it. I'm going to stick an alert there, price alert there. Go against what the AI is saying. Wow, look at Root. Root is, I think this was an IPO right here, and just a disaster. Meanwhile, CBAT continues down. You have to watch this one for some kind of a bounce because, you know, it has been following with Blink and the other ones. For whatever reason, it's not. I don't know if there's specific news. I don't see a financing or anything. Okay, wait a minute now. So they had news after hours yesterday, but it looks like, you know, entered into a cancellation agreement with a creditor. So that sounds like it should have been a good thing, but Blink is just, wow. Kirk, guys, K-I-R-K, Kirkland. 1296, so it has room to the 13 level, KIRK. Okay, I'm watching Root. See if it breaks down through 18 again. It's a little bit of a pop here. I want to see if it breaks down through 18 again. I might take a short on this one. All right, guys, I'm just kind of watching the Root, see if it, I'm going to stick an alert down here at around 1786. See if it takes, or 89, see if it takes it out again. Yeah, this might be really, really sleepy, but you know, A&H is just might be a a stress one of those stress-free trades. Yeah, the root at a dime spread right now. Okay, now Rad continues down here. Again, got thumped yesterday. Now, what did it do yesterday? Got thumped yesterday along with a lot of these drugstores that, of course, sell prescriptions in the prescription business with the Amazon news. YRCW, your trucker, sort of an interesting level. Look left on that monthly chart, 565, the high. If it can take that out, look left. It's got some room, more room on that monthly chart. Daily, it's cleared. Weekly, it looks like it's cleared. So really, it's this level right here, that 570. Yeah, nice pop here. Again, that's Wednesday, next Wednesday, right? Yeah, I'm not in love with the spread with Root. 790, 1803. Wow, look at GP. I mean, it had a bit of an interesting day yesterday. I mean, it closed below the previous day's open or close, but it had a recovery. And look at this, another EV play out of Vancouver. Well, this was a gap. This was a gap down in reverse. You know, I talked about this one. I just really shy away from the cruisers, the airlines. Just find they're very difficult intraday to trade, but cannot dispute the fact that it would have worked very well. Okay, I'm watching Rite Aid here. See if it. This is a momentary move up. It's not a low float. It's not excessive. All right, so IPWR was halted. It did have the pop after the halt, little pullback, and now look at it. Look at the look at the float. 2.4 million in the float. Look at this gap on the monthly chart. So retail sector is looking pretty strong. There's the ETF for the retail sector right here. This is looking pretty strong. I'm seeing like Guess, I'm seeing AEO, of course, the aforementioned Nordstrom's, JWN. We have to add. I have to add the column too, Lily. You have to add it as a column. So when you configure, you do a search, and then you see where it says show column, you have to add it as a column. You want to add as a filter, but you have to show the column also. So if I pick this, let me go RSI as an example. So I'll pick, okay, so now I can add the filter, but I also have to click show column. Okay, not everybody wants the filter that you add as a column, so that's why there you have the option. Okay, make sure did you understand that? Now, if you're not seeing it, make sure okay. I'm going to say make sure you elongate because it'll be the last one. It'll be the last column that you add way over here. So if I added a column here, I don't stretch it out, I won't see it. Another one, wow, I haven't seen this one for a while. PCG. Of course, a beaten up stock. If you know anything about the California wildfires, you know about PCG. MP. We got so this is an IPO today? No, is this an IPO today? Or a symbol name change? Ah, there we go. Okay, so that was today. Okay. All right, keep an eye on the ribbon, guys. RBBN. It has just if it can somehow find its way to take out 6. It's a big float, 139 million in the float. So this is not going to typically is not going to be a big mover, but Avaya, actually, this is an earnings play, pre-market earnings play. Avaya, AVYA, and it is now at just see if it can take out that whole number 17. If you look left on that weekly chart, the next low looking left is just around 1630 for AVYA. Continuing to watch the Rite Aid to see if this is just a momentary pull-up for it, and then it will resume down. There's a lot of room underneath for Rite Aid, RAD. Well, a lot of room. 1019 or so. I mean, that's the low on the weekly last week. IPOB was that guy, yes. All right, we have some bottoming tails on XPEV. We have some bottoming tails for XPEV. Look at it. Look at right here. So this might be ripe for a bit of a bounce now, guys. I mean, it's trying to stabilize here. Again, what are those bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart? What does it mean? The sellers took it down to 40.63. Buyers closed it here. Sellers tried again. They took it down to 40.48. Sellers or buyers closed it there. Sellers tried again down to 40.53. Now this candle still has 8 minutes left. This is an important candle. Let's see if this can stabilize, and this may be the bounce. You know, eventually the sellers will give up, and they'll cede control to the buyers for a while anyway. Yeah, NIO's the same, has the same look, except it has 4 bottoming tails. NIO has the same look as the XPEV. How's the LI doing? Is it the same? Yeah, they're all kind of the same. Look at these big bottoming tails. LI has recovered a little more quickly than the other ones so far. No, guys, I guess if SDC can somehow get through, there's 1123 right there and 1119. So if it can get through right here, this could start a nice little run again. I mean, it's up 8%, lots of volume, twice as much as normal. So I'm going to stick an alert for SDC at around 1125. Takes that out. That's last week's high. And then when you look left, then the next highs are 1340. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but I think it has to get through last week's high before it's going to keep running. Look at fuel cell, guys. I was talking about fuel cell earlier. Wow, even IHT is coming back. Just made a new high. So this is the one I had in the pre-market. I'm out of it, but look at IHT. Super low float, 3 million in the float. Those are the pre-market highs up here at 326 for our IHT. So 10 and PCG are kind of linked. PCG and 10 both in kind of recovery mode. Wow, another fast morning. Give me a moment here. I'm just doing something on my other monitors. Okay, a little struggle for IHT to get through 3. All right, there's SDC now. It's at last week's high. Can it keep running? SDC. Root is teasing me here. ROOT is teasing me here. Okay, very cheap one. NMTR. I know some talked about this one a while ago. Over $1 now. Look at that. But look at this. I mean, look at this bottoming tail. So it was down to 86 cents, right back up, over $1. Big problem I've got with this one is that, yeah, it's had a very nice run, but it's a big float for a $1 stock, 123 million in the float. But you look left, the next high, I think what happened here, this is a symbol name change. So this is obviously not an IPO here. So they changed their name or new symbol anyway. I'll stick an alert for 111, see if it takes that out. Meanwhile, GP, 1780 on the alert, 1834 now. Yeah, the ribbon just, put an alert around 6 for the RBBN, a price alert. All right, guys. Well, XPAV is still weak. XPAV is still weak. Look at this. I mean, that was a bottoming tail at one point. It was up here, but it is still weak, XPAV. And I bet you NIO is doing the same thing. Yeah, doing the same thing. And let's see if LI, is it falling? No, it's not falling as much. So this is the strongest of the three. Again, fuel cell making a charge. There's yesterday's high right there, 554, 454. All right, it is, wow, an hour's gone already. Look at the room for a fuel cell. I mean, look how much this thing could go. WWR, I know it had a bad day yesterday. Bit of a bad day yesterday. Well, this is a lithium play, right? So, I mean, it's all EV related. There's the high yesterday of what, 559. So, look, if it takes out that high, maybe it'll have a little run in it. The previous day's high to that was 629. But JP, my goodness, JP off that 1780 alert, there's almost $1. All right, guys, first of all, if you are new to this trading room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. If you have trade ideas, I am sharing a lot of scans, and I'm going to put in my homepage link. There's a lot of good information. My homepage. Okay, if you click on my homepage link, first of all, if you are a Trade Idea subscriber, here are all the scans that I'm sharing. As it says, click here and you'll see all the scans that I'm sharing, all right? If you did want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right now, you cannot wait. Here's a promo code for you, Barry4Alpha, for 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. I'm going to show you how much Trade Ideas costs. We have 4 plans. So the big one, the premium annual, is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI. Most people, when they're taking the premium service, because they want to have access to the AI. There are other differences, but that's the major difference. Now, you do not have to have an annual plan. You perfectly reasonable to go month to month. So there are the monthly plans, $118 or $228, less the 15%. Remember, the 15% discount is only applicable to the first month. After that, it'll go to these prices. At any point, if you decide you want to upgrade from standard to premium or from monthly to annual, you can do so and we'll honor the promo code. Oops. Also, my website, the Trade of the Week, which is CLF, working very nicely. CLF is the Trade of the Week this week. You can subscribe to it. It's a free service sent to you before the market opens, about 30 minutes to 40 minutes before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a recap every day of what's happened in the room. I usually do it around 1 o'clock Eastern Time. Talked about my scans. Also education. Click here. Lots of great education links, especially this one. The 20 lessons in 20 days. You don't have to do it. It won't take you 20 days, but this shows you all of the basic features of Trade Ideas. You know, what is a top list? What is an alert window? How to build them? Multi-strategy windows. So all of the basic features. If you're brand new to Trade Ideas, you know, stop pulling your hair out trying to figure out what all these things are. Do this, okay? This is very easy to follow, I believe. You know, it's all text-based. It'll show you just all the basic features of Trade Ideas. And I do want to put in that link. Okay, just give me 1 second, Krish. Okay, so I always like to have that link on its own because I think it's a really important link. Daily support sessions. So today is Wednesday. So for those of you who are really into perhaps auto trading, you have an Interactive Brokers account, you want to use this Brokerage Plus window, which I'm going to go over, to trade your Interactive Brokers account, then today's your day. Michael Noss will be in the YouTube feed between 12 and 1, and you can ask him all sorts of questions, okay? And so I look after the YouTube feed between 9 and 12, and then there's another trader between 12 and 1, and today happens to be Michael's day. Then I resume between 1 and 3. So again, I'll post this link just before I take my break, before noon, so that you can go over to the YouTube feed and you can ask Michael all sorts of questions about using Brokerage Plus and Interactive Brokers, okay? And daily webinars, we're not on our schedule. Probably not next week either. Next week there's a market holiday on Thursday. But the following week, I'm sure we'll be back to our regular schedule, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. They're all free and they're all archived. A lot of educational videos right here. And trading books, ebooks right here. So lots of information on my webpage, on my homepage. Okay? So let me Okay, if you get blank gray screens, just 1 second, Deborah, and I'm gonna just want to answer, and I'm gonna go over the AI. I'm gonna go over Brokerage Plus, but I want to ask. I want to answer some questions first. Okay, so Krish, yeah, so if you left click on the chart, just to, to tell Trade Ideas, well, this is the chart I'm in, I want to be in. So you have left click on the chart, and then keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard, and then on your scroll wheel on your mouse, you can scroll in and out and really, get the candles as wide as you want. Okay? Okay, just one, okay, good. So you got that one. Okay, so Deborah. Okay, do you have a green ball in your toolbar? Okay, so that means you're now. Were you getting information yesterday? Were your scan? No. Okay, I have a feeling this is what's happened. I wish you had asked this yesterday. I think what's happened is, even though you think you might have, you have not completed the exchange agreements. That's typically the reason. If you have a green ball but you're not getting any data, it's because you have not completed the exchange agreements. So let me send you to our homepage. I can't do that for you, but I'll send you to the homepage, and you can start a live chat. I'm going to show you what happens. Okay, so when you go to the homepage, and this will pop up, questions and answers, okay? Tell them you're part of the test drive, you're not getting any data, and also have your email address handy that you use to sign up. Okay, so they can take a look at your account. Almost for sure, that's the reason. The exchange agreements are not completed. Okay? Let me know if that helped. Wow, look at Kate. Yeah, well, what's happening? Always look at news, okay? I mean, I'm glad to answer, but I mean, just look at the news, okay? So, what did I have here? I mean, I had the news headline. It's originally this was up 22 on positive, whatever drug they've got, positive data. So, I mean, it's been a little erratic, but they released that news after hours yesterday. That's that Mauve area. Now, gapped down a little bit pre-market, started to move down, but now it's moving up. Now, why is this happening right now? I can't tell you that. But that's the basic news, and it's just halted now too. Ooh, that's ugly. So CIIC. Well, there's fuel cell now. Above yesterday's high, right above yesterday's high. Did WWR take out yesterday's high? Not quite. I'm sorry. Yes, it did. 559, so it's right at yesterday's high. Just has to really clear that. No, but I'm looking at yesterday's high, which was 559. So it is struggling to get through yesterday's high. It did briefly get through it at 572, but it's still kind of hanging around yesterday's high. You're welcome, John. Yeah, I mean that PLTR. I mean, it's just it whips around a lot. It definitely whips around a lot. I'm a little surprised because it's got such a big float, but it whips around a lot. But again, it's an all-time high. Well, there's the all-time high. Well, that was a pretty good alert here. 1190 right now for the KZIA, and it's been halted. Now, typically halts are 5 minutes. So if this is a 5-minute halt, this will be 10:43 plus 7 seconds. So let's see if that, well, we got another 3, 2, 1, boom, done. Look at KZIA, guys, KZZ, whatever you want to call it, IA. So the alert at 10:37, right before the halt. Just before the halt at 1190. Boy, got up to 1376. Okay, let me talk a little bit about the AI. So we have what we call 50 baseline strategies. They get optimized once the market closes. The AI gets to work to optimize all the strategies. Obviously, not a great day. Again, I mean this was actually, I guess, a good exit now in the DNK, but that's what happened last night. And these are the strategies that made the cut. Why did they make the cut? Right profit factor and win percentage combination. So my recommendation to watch the AI strategies is from the toolbar. Click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. This is the window that'll pop up. If you are a premium subscriber and you're continuing next week, or if you've never done it this way, you can use this. You can have this window as part of your layout. You don't have to do it every day. So you can have this window as part of your layout, and follow the alerts as they come in all day. Now, this is a watch list for me. I don't take every trade. I have a certain price range that I like to trade. So, I'm very picky about that, but it's a watch list all day. Okay, I'm just looking at here. There was a re-entry, but it did not really pop off the re-entry. So definitely an iffy day for the AI today. I mean, the one nice one, 452, got up to 487, so we're a 7% gain, but kind of choppy. The rest of them are kind of choppy, nothing really happening. Now I want to talk about Brokerage Plus. 2 ways to use Brokerage Plus. If you have an Interactive Brokers account and you want to use that Brokerage Plus feature to trade your Interactive Brokers account, you can do so. But before I talk about all that, because I know sometimes people get a little confused, pin bar on the daily. I don't know what you mean by that. not sure I know what you mean. Like a big topping tail? I don't know what you mean by that. Well, in my watch list, KZIA was alerted at 11:90 at 10:37 in my watch list. It's not an AI alert. All right, so this is the two ways to, first of all, I just want to talk about Trade Ideas in general. Trade Ideas, first and foremost, is a scanner. That's what it is. It's a scanner. It gives you ideas. You can create your own scenarios, okay? It gives you ideas. So every time I see an alert doesn't mean these are not buys. It's just, okay, there's an idea. It met why these are showing up here because it met the filter requirements. So it's showing up here. Just like these new highs or new lows, they're showing up here because they're meeting the filter requirements. Doesn't mean you just take the trade. So this is why the program is called Trade Ideas. Okay? So first and foremost, it's a scanner. Now, we have an external linking tool. If you click on Tools and External Linking, and you click on Add a Link, and you follow the instructions, we link with many brokers. What does linking mean? All linking means is this. It's a time saver. So when I click on an alert, it loads into your brokerage platform, probably into your order entry box, so you don't have to type it in all day long. You know, if you're clicking on a lot of alerts like I am, you know, it'd be a real pain if I had to, you know, click on the alerts all day long or type in these alerts all day long. Give me a moment here, please. Okay, so that is what it is. It's a time saver, and we link with many platforms. Now, there's a special relationship right now that we have with Interactive Brokers by using this module that we call Brokerage Plus. So not only do we link with Interactive Brokers, but you can actually use this window to trade. Okay, so you don't actually have to trade from within IB, Interactive Brokers. You can use this window to trade. How to do that? Well, you just, you have to, what I popped into the room here, this Brokerage Plus intro, please watch it. It covers everything, and also at noon, as I've explained a couple of times, between 12 and 1, if you go to the YouTube feed, and this is what it looks like, guys, just so you know what I'm talking about. There's another, you know, room that I'm monitoring within YouTube. They see my screen and they hear me also. Just that this, where you're in, is way more active in terms of, you know, interactivity amongst traders. But at noon, you can head over to that feed, and Michael Noss will be there, and he is our expert, you know, with IB and Brokerage Plus. So you can ask him all sorts of questions. Now the other way, and you can do things like set up, you know, your own little buying and shorting scenarios. So it's not quite auto trading, but let's just say you got an alert. You looked at fuel cell, FCEL. You checked the chart. You said, "Yep, I want to trade it." You go back, right click, hover over trade, and then you pick how you want to trade it. You can set these up, and you have to watch the video, and it'll show you how to set up your own buying and shorting scenarios. Okay. Are you talking about creating a price alert? Krish, I'm not sure I understand. I don't understand what you mean by a pin bar. You're talking about creating a price alert? Yeah, I still don't know what he means by that. I mean, yeah, you can right click, create, save, and there's a blue line, but yeah, I still don't know what he mean by a Pinocchio bar, Krish. I don't think we can do that. I just created a price alert at the high here, but all right, I do want to talk about Brokerage Plus now, and the other way that a lot of you, especially if you're new to trading, please, before you commit money to the market, practice trading. Practice, practice, practice. If you think you can just take trade ideas and immediately just turn it into gold, I'm sorry, that's not the way it's going to be. Trading is hard, and you've got to practice. And so that's why we have a simulator here. All you have to do is click on the sim, and this window will pop up. Then you can practice trading. So, for instance, these trades you see here, these are carryovers from yesterday, in the simulator. So I kept these overnight, and that's how you can also practice swing trading. See how well you're doing swing trading wise. So if you do not close out a trade at the end of the day, it'll carry forward. So that's what happened with these. They were carried forward. Here's how you take a trade. Click on an alert, symbol will show up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. You can pick the price you want to get in at. If you're buying it, click buy. If you're shorting it, you click sell. So let's do it. So I see fuel cell. Now you can do something, you can create conditional buys also. Let's do this one. What's happening with this XXII? Wow, look at the room, this one. So I'm just going to take this trade. I just want to show you how you do it, okay? Let's take a couple hundred shares. I'm going to buy it at the market. It's only a penny spread. So there it is. Took the trade at 144. I'm going to put my stop in. Always, always, always have a stop. Of course, before you get into the trade, you should know where your stop is because that'll tell you how many shares you're going to take. I'm going to put the stop at 126. It looks like there's decent support right there. So now I can add the stop. 126. And you'll notice that it'll appear right on the chart. Okay, right on the chart it appears. So if the price goes down to 126, it'll take me out for a $35 loss. I can put a target if I want. I'm just going to put $2. Okay, I just want to show you how you can do it. And okay, you see on the monthly chart, there's the line, the red line right there. So it's hard to see, but it looks like that's $112. So if this moved up to $2, it would take me out, and I didn't do anything. It would take me out for a $112 gain. Moves down to 126, it'll take me out for a $35 loss. Now, this can be used like a trailing stop. Okay, if the trade starts working, I can start moving my stop up. I move it up to the bottom of that candle. And of course, if you get really positive, let's say this got up to 170, you would keep moving this up so that you're in a positive position. So you can use this like a trailing stop right in the chart. Now, don't have to do it that way. These are hotkeys. So if I highlighted this right now, if I wanted to get out of the trade, I could flatten it. Flatten is getting out of the trade. I could get out of half my trade, or I could double my trade. Your broker, so did Josh, from your broker. Okay. I mean, your broker has all that information. That's where I'm seeing it. My other monitor. Because when I click on an alert, the first thing I'm doing is I'm looking, in my order entry in Interactive Brokers. And I've got all that information on another monitor. I'm looking at the time and sales, seeing how quickly it is trading, things like that. Okay, but that is from your broker. So again, if I want to get out of the trade, I can just flatten it. So let me just flatten it to show you. I flatten the trade. I'm out of the trade. Closed out for nothing. I'm sorry. Made 28 cents. Whoopee. Okay. So this is what I'm saying. Practice trading before you commit money to the market. Now the other thing you can do is you can create what I'm going to call conditional buy orders. So let's say you wanted to buy this one on a pullback down to say whatever price you determine, maybe back down here. I want to buy this trade. I want to buy this stock down here at 129. And if it pull back to here, I want to take the trade. So what I do is I put 129 in both. And I click on buy. So you see there's a line now, that blue line. So if it goes down to 129, it'll take the trade. That blue line will turn to a very light blue. And of course it'll show up in here. You could also do it the other way, that if I was waiting for it to break higher over a certain, what I would maybe think is a resistance area, and if it broke, I want the trade, all I have to do is just do the same thing I did here, is just put those two prices in here and click buy. And then you'd have it up here. Okay? Okay, so the difference, and we're going to get rid of this, I'm hoping eventually. To me, I don't care what the differences are between Holly 2.0 and Neo. Now, Omni is just all of them at once, okay? All three. That's all Omni is. The original Holly, in the old days, I don't know how long ago now, but maybe 3 years ago, we only had the one version of Holly, and that was called Holly Grail. Then we added 2.0, and then we added Neo. The theory is that, one is, Holly 2.0 was a little more aggressive, maybe in the stops, in the things they were looking at, than Holly Grail, and Neo was even that much more aggressive. Personally, I don't give a rip, okay? I just care about the alerts that happen. I don't care what the differences are. I just want to see the alerts as they happen. So that's why I load this window. It shows all of the alerts from all three segments. And I really don't care from where they come from. But that is the difference. That's the polite way, Kaiser. Okay, so I'm answering somebody. Boy, it's a tough one for me. Emil Ogres. I'm going to give you this link. What I think is goes over all the basic features of trade ideas, all right? And it's called 20 Short Lessons. You can easily do it. I know it says 20 lessons in 20 days. That's just kind of a cute marketing thing, all right? But I think if you take a look at these 20 lessons, it'll show you, how to create a top list, how to create an alert window, how to multi-strategies windows, what is a single stock window. Is it very, very quick? It's all text-based, so you can kind of go through them very quickly, okay? So that should tell you how to set up. Yeah, it's just not fully fleshed out, as I call it. It has the calendar feature, but it still doesn't show the trades. At least mine doesn't. Does yours? If yours does, I don't know who to protest to. Yeah, okay, yeah. It's still being worked on, but it's close. So what we're talking about here is this calendar feature. So this will start showing you all the trades you made in the past, and it'll be a lot more like you'll see all the trades. You'll see where you got out. You'll see hopefully the profit and loss per day, things like that. So you can keep track about what you've done in the past. If you download the beta, but it's not as I said, like it's not fleshed out yet, as I call it. It's not fully functional. I mean, the calendar is there, but it's obviously not fully functional. Okay, it does say. I guess what are we now? The 18th? Yeah. So the 17th So I guess it does say how many trades there are, but it's not I wouldn't worry about it quite yet. But if you go to the home page and download the beta, you'll have the calendar tab and you can look at it. But it's useless to use right now. Maybe by next week, I don't know. It'll have the actual trades, and if you've used our back tester, then you know what I'm talking about in terms of the calendar and how it'll eventually look. So let's I'll back test just to show you what I'm talking about. So I'm just going to show you what the calendar looks like, what it will look like. Calendar. So you see, this is what it'll eventually look like. So individual days, it'll show you, what you did, but also when you click on the alert, when you click on a calendar day, you'll see exactly what you did when you got in, when you got out, etc., etc. Okay? That's what it's going to look like. Okay? So it's just not right now. Obviously, when I click, I'm not getting that yet. All right, thoughts on IDEX? Well, it's got some room on the monthly for sure. I mean, the next high looking left is around $1.80, $1.90-ish. Let's look at the weekly. What's the high up here? 138. So it's got to clear that right there. If it does clear that, I mean, I guess it has a chance. It's not a low float. That's the other issue, though. I mean, it is not a low float, so it's going to take a bunch to keep moving it. 190 million. I know it's traded 4.6 times normal, 12 million, but that's a big, big, big float for a dollar stock, 190 million. And again, for those of you new wondering what I'm talking about in terms of the float is the available shares, or the shares available for trading on any given day. So, and people ask me, what do I consider a low float? My opinion is that, for me anyway, anything under 20 million is a low float. And, the lower that number, the better when a stock is in play, when there's a catalyst. Because this is just think of it as supply and demand. This is the supply of the stock. So when you have a lot of stock, which is the supply, and you have low demand, well, it's probably not going to move very much. But if you have a low supply of a stock and high demand, take a look at one. I need one. Just got to find a low float that has been moving today. Well, Mara is to a certain extent. I mean, there's Mara. 25 million in the float. I mean, that's not super low. I mean, sometimes you'll see floats of 5 million, 4 million, and then there's a real news catalyst. A news catalyst can be it's an earnings play or some news, or it's in a hot sector. I mean, right now, of course, these blockchain plays, the crypto world. So this is in a hot sector. So that's why we're seeing huge volume. It's traded the float already. So there's your supply, and we've got high demand, 6.3 times normal. We've got high demand. But sometimes when you see a stock that's up, 2, 3, 400%, the only reason it is because it got such a low float, and there's, for whatever reason, there is some kind of a catalyst that is just, getting people all excited about it. Yeah, there's one. Okay, there's one. So we have a news catalyst for KZIA. Thank you, PJ. I mean, there's a 6 million, very low float. Look at the volume. Now, it hasn't traded the float quite yet. Probably by the end of the day. So that's why, I mean, it's only up 24%. You know, if we... And we've seen some that have traded the float 12, 13, 20 times. I mean, that's crazy. And so what I'm talking, if you just divide that number into what's traded, that's about half, a little over half the float. 3.8 million over 6 is about, you know, a little more than half. But we've seen situations where, you know, a 6 million float and you look and it's traded 50 million shares, you know. And that's when you have the huge percentage moves. And that's why when I talk about some of these, you know, some of these inexpensive stocks with so much in the float, 113 million. I'm not saying it can't move. I mean, it's moved 14%, don't get me wrong. And it could keep going, but it's, you know, how much further can it go based on that float? You know, and I have to see, is there a, I don't see a news catalyst for today. All right, guys, just give me one moment, please. I'm just going to change my headset. Just give me a moment. All right, I'm back. Well, Root is getting me a little more interested now. I mean, the spread is only 3 cents, actually 2 cents. Well, it's starting to move down now. It's 6 cents now, but it looks like it, you know, might start to move down. There's the low. I mean, well, there's an all-time low, so there is no support for it. I think if it really, let's see if it takes out that 1767, has a good spread, and really starts moving down from there. Champion X. Okay, now why did I have this? Oh, okay, I see why it's on my watch list. So I had a nice day yesterday. It's above yesterday's high. Look left. Look how much room it's got on the monthly. Well, yeah, $14. This looks like this was, again, I'm not 100% sure. This looks like this was an IPO here. Okay, so I have a question again. Where do I see the spread? So just to show you guys, oops. All brokers have this, all right? So here's where I'm seeing my spread. This is from Interactive Brokers. So it's time and sales. I can see how quickly a stock is trading, but your broker will have your spread, okay? And that's from Interactive Brokers. Yeah, but your broker, every broker has, you know, something that'll look like that. Meanwhile, GP, what is it now, 1780? So there's now 1883. Just checking some of the alerts. Well, I link Interactive Brokers to Trade Ideas, and then from within Interactive Brokers, like most brokerage platforms, there we go, fuel cell. like most brokerage platforms, there's a way in which, if I want each window within my brokerage platform, usually there's a color coding. Somehow you can link every window from within your brokerage platform to each other. So that's what you do. That make sense? So what I'm talking about, you see right there, I mean, that's a little link. I mean, every broker platform will have something. And so I've color coded that link to be the same color as all my IB windows. So when I click on an alert, it'll change here, but it's changing all my screens within Interactive Brokers. Oh well, you've got to have live data. Yeah, you've got to subscribe to live data. An extra service at IB? I mean, I don't know how extra it is. I mean, IB, it's cheap. I mean, I have no idea how much it costs, but I mean, it's 120. No, it's not $125. I don't know how much it is. I mean, I apologize. I set my account 4 years ago with IB. It's just not even an issue. Maybe $1, extra. Okay, Renee, let me answer your question. Okay, Cam, I'll get to you in a second. Okay, so those are, yes, if I click on an alert, it's hard to see here. Okay, so it depends what you mean. If you're talking about this area right there, so I'm talking to you, Renee, this is pre-market, or sorry, this is after hours yesterday, that mauve area. This is pre-market today, okay? So that is the shading. So mauve and sort of a slight rose. Now, the other areas are, let me click on an alert here, CHX, see if I get something that, yeah, it's hard to see, but these are just these shaded areas. So every time you click on an alert, there is there it is, in fact, right there on the 15 minutes chart. That area right there, and you notice it says Smart Stop. Every time you click on an alert, you have a suggested stop. You don't have to follow it, but that is a suggestion. And so this will get, this will be really faded, and then as it gets closer to the stop, this will start to darken just a little bit. The same thing with the target. Now the target is nothing fancy, it's just double, whatever the difference is between the entry and the stop. So let's just say it's 25 cents, the target would be 50 cents away from where you get in. And again, it starts to get darker as it approaches the target. Okay? That's all it is. These are just guides. And every time you click on a real-time alert, you'll have the stop set up. All right. Okay, Clay. All right. Okay. Okay, bye-bye. All right, guys. My alerts are starting to dry up somewhat. Okay, the RBI. Sorry, you asked the question, Cam. GP. Okay, let's take a look. So I don't see an RBI in the daily chart. Not according to us. You're probably looking at this, but this is not a red candle. You know, the way we've categorized this is this closed above, it's open. I know it's engulfed, but it's not a red candle. But you know what? I mean, I know what you're saying. Technically for us, this would have to be a red candle. Oh, I see. Okay. The 16th. So you're not talking about today. For GP? I don't have a red candle. I mean, I don't see any. You know, I know what you're talking about here. I mean, this is a candle that's engulfed, but the way we categorize this, it closed above the open, so therefore it's not a red candle, even though it's below yesterday's or the day before's close. I know there's some platforms that would categorize that as a on a daily chart. On a daily chart. You're talking GP. Let me make sure. So it looks different from this? It looks different? Really? I don't know how that can be. I don't know how that can be. So let me ask the general question. Anybody, if they pull up a daily chart for GP, is this not what you're seeing? You know, here's today's candle, yesterday, day before, all green. Cam says, so you're telling me that your candle is red. Because there are no options. Okay. Okay, somebody's answering, mine is green. Do me a favor. Right click. Save or share to cloud. Save and share, and then post it in here. Copy it in here. Yeah, and that's because a lot of platforms, if this is not below, if this is not above yesterday's high, that will be a green candle. But there's no option there. Are you talking about hours or? Jeez, second. What the heck happened there? Sorry, my cat did a. But where are you? Where's your option? I don't even know we had an option for that. Anyway, yeah, let's take it off topic. As somebody said, take it off topic. That is a setting within Trade Ideas. I had no idea. Because I've never changed it. Where do you find that setting that you can have it on? Oh, I understand in other software. No, I get that. I completely understand that. But I don't see how we have a setting that can change the candle. Well, we have it's web-based, Lenny. So one moment, please. So yeah, so Lenny, we have a web-based version, okay? So that it's not a download for Android or any specific browser. It's just a web-based version of it, okay? Okay, so the question is, and so if you want to take a trade with virtually every platform, not just with B plus, okay, simulated trading, you have to go in a limit order. You have to go in limit order. Okay, I don't think you can't go stop limit. You have to go limit. You have to buy it right at that limit, or like you have to pick the price as it's occurring, and that's with most platforms. All right, give me one moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. No, not pre-market 22.22, not in the pre-market. And that's with virtually every brokerage platform also. It's not just, limitation with, using Brokerage Plus. Okay, guys, Root is working. I mentioned this a few times. The spread tightened up just a little bit. I was actually surprised to get the stock when I did because I have to check to see what it was down yesterday. Maybe it wasn't down 10% yesterday. An effortless way. Well, you can do something like this. Okay, and I'm going to right click and then I'm going to send to symbol list. So if you just created it, it should be right at the top here. Is that effortless enough? Unbelievable, guys. Look at GP on. Wow. So is that okay? Okay. A little Vancouver company. So this is not, just so you know, I mean, I happen to know a little bit about this company. I happen to know somebody who had shares in this. You told me about this this month. Okay. If you right click, go to Tools. Okay, Dreamer? I know you can hear me. So go to Tools and go to Options. And then Appearance. I think what's happening is you've got grid lines in the alert windows checked. Okay, so uncheck. Because if you check it, then yeah, when I do this, you know, oh wait a minute, no, that's wrong. Just a second. So, boy, I haven't looked at that for a long time. Just give me a second here. Oh, it's highlight grid low. Yeah, jeez. This is the one I meant. So this is what happens. So you've obviously got that checked. Okay, that's what's happening. You've got that checked. So Tools, Options, and Appearance. Uncheck highlight grid row upon selection. Uncheck it. Okay. And then save. Then that'll allow you just to do the column. Fuel cell, yo. Look at that break on the 2-minute chart, guys. What's the market? Who cares what the market's doing? The market is just doing nothing. Look at all the great ideas that the system is generating. So guys, you know, I was waiting for this break right up here for Root. I was surprised to get it. I thought that, but it wasn't down, I guess, 10% yesterday. It is now, it's not even down 10% today. I don't know why I thought it was down 10% yesterday. And again, wondering, well, why do I care? If a stock is down 10%, it can be difficult to get a short on it because what's called the uptick rule. It's called the uptick rule is in effect. So normally when you want to short a stock, like right now, you know, the bid ask is 1740, 1747. So if I want to short this stock right now, I go right in at the bid if I want, and I'll usually get an immediate fill, assuming your broker has shorts available, okay? But if a stock is down 10% or more, then what happens is if you go in at the bid, you will not get a fill usually immediately. It'll have to go back. You'll have to have some action, some trading at the ask, and then it goes back to the bid. The problem is you could be in a big queue of other people waiting to short the stock, and it can get very, very frustrating. Depending how big that queue is, you may not get the fill where you want, and so that you hear me say that I can't get a fill. It's not because there's no shorts available. I just can't get the fill, and I won't chase it down. So if a stock is down 10% today, you know, that is what's going to happen. But also, it'll carry over to tomorrow. If the stock was down 10% the day before, that uptick rule is still in effect, unless, you know, and then it'll be taken off if, you know, the stock today, as an example, wasn't down more than 10% again. So hopefully that makes sense. The criteria, I just like to call it just math. Okay, it's called it's called a circuit breaker, but it's just math. So if a stock goes up too fast in a, you know, so if stock moves a certain percentage in a certain time period, a computer kicks in and just halts the stock. Okay, and normally it's a 5-minute halt. Normally. You can see right there that was halted at 10:58 plus 35 seconds, resumed at 11:03. That is a volatility halt. Now sometimes then it'll say extraordinary events or news. That's a different sort of a halt. But most of the halts that we see are volatility halts, and typically they are 5 minutes long. If it's not 5 minutes long, it's usually always a multiple of 5 minutes. So for instance, I think earlier today, if I look here, I think there was one that was, so this one, IPWRC, was halted at 9:45. It opened at 9:55, 10 minutes away. Now, don't ask me why some are 5 and some are 10. I don't know. Most of them, 90% of them, even maybe higher, are 5-minute halts. All right, well, guys, so some of the things from my watch list, are they all incredible? No, but some of them are pretty darn good. FCEL now, 452, a break of 5. Of course, this one, 1190. What did it get up to? Almost 14. What did this one do? CHCX? Yeah, it's kind of hanging in, actually. 1234 was the alert. It's kind of hanging tough. This was this really cheap one. Yeah. In GP, of course, wow, 1780. What did it get up to? 2009. So some really nice ones from the watch list today. Okay, remember I wanted to show you how you can put a conditional buy order for a stock. So you see what happened? It went down to that buy area, and it took the trade. Yeah, it's hard to see that line right there went from dark blue to. So it's just telling me where I'm in the trade. That's why the dark blue line is there. But you can it's hard to see, I know, because it's very faded, but that line right there, and it's telling me where I took the trade. So that was what we call a conditional buy order underneath the current price. So for those of you who like to play pullbacks, it's a great way to do it. Yeah, I can share my layout. This is the layout that we're using for the test drive. But I'm also, what you don't see, I'm also sharing a lot of other scans, including this one, which I'm really liking, the gap continuation. I haven't really been able to pay attention to it today. I've had other things going on, and that is another one that I'm sharing. Remember, that's a layout, so if you have a layout already, load it. Make sure you save your layout to the cloud first, because you can only have one layout loaded at a time. So before you click on that and load it, make sure you have whatever layout you may have on, make sure you save it to the cloud. And then you can also take a look at other individual scans that I have. If you go to my home page, so if you click on that home page link, I've got a lot of information on my home page, but one of them are my scans. So if you click here, then here are all the scans that I'm sharing, individual scans that I am sharing. This is the one I'm really loving, gap continuation or reverse. Well, you can see right now that shorting NCLH from the AI wasn't good. I mean, the filters were met and all that, but early, not good, and even later, not good. This is just wanting to. Now, this may reverse. I still think of, what's CCL doing? I'm sure it's doing virtually the same thing. Not really. NCLH looks, how about RCL? Yeah, so NCLH is kind of the winner right now of the three cruisers. Yeah, DNK, I'm just looking here. I have it thumbnailed on one of my monitors. DNK, yeah. Nice little move here again. There's the high. Now guys, this is extraordinary, if this is right. Look at the volume. Yesterday's volume looked like, well, how could today's beat it? Because, I mean, look at yesterday's volume. I think it was around 60 million. And, look left. I mean, look at all the previous days. Nothing. I thought it would be hard pressed, but it's going to more than double yesterday's volume. Whoa. Well, you don't have to have everything. If you don't want all my charts as an example, you don't have to have all the charts. If all you want are these windows, then you can X out all the rest of them, add whatever charts you want. But you should be able to fit in a 34-inch monitor. I mean, that's what I've got, a 32-inch monitor. It shouldn't be that big a deal. Yeah, I mean, the fuel cell volume, I mean, you look at yesterday, 150 million, it's at 63 now. So my watch list, the question from the YouTube feed is, how do I create my watch list? So when the market closes, what I do is I have a watch list, and probably almost too many extractions from the watch list today. I like to have it more five or six, maybe, well, 5 or 6 of maybe each on the watch list up and down. But anyway, so I have a watch list that I create after hours. And so when the market closes today, I'll take a look at my watch list. These are the symbols, these are the stocks that were extracted from my watch list because they met, these filter requirements. They were above yesterday's open, minimum volume 150,000 shares, and the current volume at least one. So these are the filter requirements. And then if a stock made a new high, that's why we see these. So I've got a symbol list, a watch list attached to this window. Okay, and it's just looking at this watch list that I create. It is called Best WL, Best Watch List. Okay, so that's why you're seeing these. But there are many more stocks in my watch list. I don't want them all to trigger. That's why I put these filters in place. So what I do is once the market closes today, then I'll look at every stock that's in my watch list. Not just the ones that made it out of the watch list. And I'll look at every stock and I'll say, okay, do I think this still has some room to move? And that's a determination I make. And if so, when I say room to move, I take a look at the daily and the weekly and the monthly charts, and I say, okay, yeah, I think this still has some possibility. So that's the exercise I go through with my current watch list. And then I've got about 10 different scans that I look at, and I do the same exercise. I click on every single alert within those scans, and I check the higher time frames. Do I think a stock has room to move, either up or down? So that's the exercise I go through. And then, tomorrow we'll have a different watch list. Some symbols will be the same because some symbols will carry over. And then all you have to do is just load either from the channel bar, new channel bar, and then my watch list right there. And then you can follow along. Now I know these two right here, I put a 15-minute delay, so you don't see anything for the first 15 minutes. I do that because sometimes in the first 15 minutes stocks, kind of whip up and down. So, that's why I do that. Here in the repeating version, you'll see an alert the minute, like probably right when the market opens. And so not only do I have a 15-minute time delay on here, but I also have what we call a don't repeat. No, I'm sorry, I don't need that here. Sorry. Okay. Here I have a don't repeat. Okay. So what does that mean? So a pretty long list. You notice here, for instance, SLCA. There's the first time it was alerted, because in this window here, this window is a duplicate of this window except for one big change. If I go to right click on properties and I click on don't repeat, I put don't repeat for a day. So why do I do that? Because I can go back in time and I can say, okay, I had an alert for JMIA. It was at 9:31. The price was 8:39. What did it do since then? Now a current one, I had an alert for SLCA at 4:07 at 11:21. This is going to show me in this window. It's going to show me every time the stock makes a new high or a new low. Okay, so there's fuel cell as an example. Fuel cell FCEL 481. What did it do since then? You can see, just a minute here. When I clicked on that alert there, you notice there's a little blue arrow here, a little blue arrow on the 2-minute chart, blue one on the 5-minute chart, also on the 15-minute chart. That's just showing me the candle in which the alert happened. So you can kind of go back and say, when you see these, you say, okay, what did it do since then? Well, obviously, from there, it was pretty good. Went from 481 all the way up to 520 before it's starting to pull back. So that's why I love to have the don't repeat. Yeah, I know. Well, okay, the watch list, though, in my channel only has these, okay? It's not meant to have my entire... The layout can change, and it's meant to keep it very simple. Well, nothing you have to do. You just click on an alert, and you'll get the blue candle, or you'll get the blue arrow. You just click on an alert. There's not an option, it just shows up. So all the data that you see here is using Trade Ideas data, and it's all real time. All this data is real time. In an alert window, it's all real time. If you want to trade, using an Interactive Brokers account, you'll need, from your broker, you'll also need real-time data. But all the information you see here is all real-time data. So when you're using our simulator, it doesn't matter what broker you've got, is using our real-time data. Okay? But if you're going to trade, your account, of course, you'll need real-time data from your broker too. All right, guys, so we're getting close to 11:45. So what I want to do is, I've said a couple of times, if you are interested in using Brokerage Plus and with your Interactive Brokers account to trade, okay, Michael Noss will be in the YouTube feed at noon. So that's in about 15 minutes from now. So what I'm going to do is I take a break at noon, only till 12:30, but I will put the YouTube link in there so you can head on over there for those of you with questions regarding, trading using Brokerage Plus, and if you have an Interactive Brokers account. So I do want to put that YouTube link in there. Okay? Just one moment, please. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so when you ask that the software have a signal to cell, this is the only, in theory, these are all ideas, okay? These are all ideas. This does not mean, you buy it. These are ideas. They have, you see these symbols because they've met certain criteria, so that's why you see. It doesn't mean you just take the trade. The only thing, and I'm not saying you have to do it immediately, the only thing that has, in theory, signals to buy and where the stop is in the AI. Okay, hasn't been a great day. I mean, this is not too bad starting out the Groupon. That's the only thing that to answer your question, because these are not signals to buy. These are, you can create your own alerts, with your own filter values to give you ideas yourself, and that may, for you, that may be something that you want to do, in terms of a buy. So how do you update a symbol list? Okay, so if you go into Tools, click on Tools. So this is for you, Ogun. Click on Tools, Symbol Lists. And you just find the list. Okay, you just find the list. Highlight it, highlight it, and then edit the list. Okay. Well, we have an EV channel right here. This is not available. Let's see. Is this? I am in the, yeah. Okay. So we do have an AV channel. Yeah. Well, that's my list. What you just saw there is mine. I can't give it to you because it's not copyable. You have to create your own symbol list. But we do have an EV channel. New. Channel bar, and right there, EV related. All those things that are really popping today will be in here. EV related, okay? Well, you're not going to see the symbol list. You're not going to see it. You're not going to see the symbols that are in the list. You'll just see the results. Just like here, you don't see my symbol list. You don't actually see what's in it. But here are the alerts that have been extracted from it. Okay, Yambo. Good question to when you can go to the YouTube feed and in about 10 minutes, okay? Go to the YouTube feed. Michael Noss is there, okay? And he will be able to answer that question, almost for sure. He's our expert on all that, okay? So about 10 minutes from now. You can create your own. You can create your own symbol list if you don't. In order to, wow, look at FCEL. Wow, wow, wow. Remember I said, I mean, is it going to follow the other one that was just ripping? I said, well, once it took out that high of yesterday, I mean, it's been on a mission. Now, if you want to know how to create a symbol list, which is, everybody else calls it a watch list, but this is how you create it, okay? So you can create your own symbol list. You can put in your own, if you have EVs that you want to put in there. And that's how you do it. And then you can just, and then it'll show you how you can attach it to a window. So you can just monitor it. They're not shareable, no. Everybody's symbol list is unique to their account. It's not that I don't want to give it to you. It's just that they're not shareable. Okay. Everybody has their own symbol list, exactly. And if you just look here, this is how you can create your own symbol list. Okay, there's a video I did on how to create it. Well, JT, and it's hard for me to know. I mean, I'd have to see when you say it doesn't look like it's working, I don't know what that means. If you can give me the link for it, I can take a look at it. But when you say it's not working, what does that mean? You're not getting any alerts from it? It's if you can put the link in here, then I can take a look at it. But so if you have the alert window, right click, save or share to cloud, and then click on save and share, and then it'll say OK, and then you can paste it in here, Control V, just Control V it in here, so I can take a look at it. But I need more information. Yeah. Again, what do you mean though when you say you've done something wrong? What does that mean? I mean, did you create an alert window with an A in it? I don't know what you mean by you must have done something wrong. That's the one I was wondering about. CBAT, did it come back? Not really. Not really. So this one is definitely lagging, say the fuel cell. All right, well, just copy the link. If you can just do what I did. Right click on the alert window. It's an alert window, right? It has an A in the upper left-hand corner. Okay, so just right click on the window where it says save or share to cloud. Click on save or share to cloud. Save and share. Say OK, and then Control V to paste it in like I've done right there. You see, and then that's the link. Then I can load it on my platform and I can take a look at it. I may have to do it after I come back from my break, but if you do it quickly, I can probably see exactly why. Wow. So how's this one doing? The CHX. I'm not in Mara anymore. No, I traded out this morning in the pre-market. I got in at 302, I think. Traded out at 355 this morning in the pre-market. Looking to get back in, but not now. Maybe if it gets over 350 or so. Now, you guys, I mean, I can't speak for everybody, of course. Oh, okay, okay. All right. Well, if you just paste it in, I can take a look at it. So you can go to bed. Just paste it in so I can take a look at it. Then I'll have an answer for you tomorrow. But it's up to you. All right, guys. What time is it? 11:57. So Michael should be showing up in that YouTube feed very soon. So I'm just going to put the announcement here that I'll be taking my break. All right, guys, I am going to put myself on mute. I'm just waiting for Michael to show up in the YouTube feed. I'll just put myself on mute.
All right, everyone. I think everything may be working. Let's just go here and see if you can see everything. Just need to do a little test just because I can hear myself there. New computer. I got one of those new Apple Silicon Mac things. So I just want to make sure everything is working well. It seems to be. Everything is switched over there, so everything I think is good to go. All right, so if someone can just fire away in chat and just let me know that I'm not crazy and that you guys are hearing me and seeing my screen okay and all that, that'd be great. And I'll just start out by letting everyone know kind of what we're doing here, in which we write off an hour in the middle of the day to give Barry a nice little break and also to do anything when it comes to support. So if you have any questions at all, anything that we can help you out with, then feel free to chat away. Otherwise, I'm just going to be sitting here talking about the markets and shooting the shit with you. So I'll apologize. There's probably a squirrel somewhere. I'm going to put you on mute for a second till he calms down. All right. I was actually being protected by the mailman this time, so at least it wasn't in his imagination. So can't complain there. Yeah, so full hour of support. Again, if you guys don't know me, my name is Michael Noss. I'm on Par on Twitter and YouTube. I consult with trade ideas to build a lot of the AI type stuff, along with some other cool things they got on the go. So I'm kind of the math nerd, I guess, behind everything. It does not bother me that your dog is barking. It's the norm these days. Yeah, it's funny because us traders, I've been working from home for 6-7 years now anyway. But yeah, it's like the whole world just kind of catching up with that. But when he goes crazy like that, I definitely put it on mute. He thinks he's helping out around here. So taking a look at the market here, retail index seems to be working well. This kind of list I have on the side here that I'm switching between shows a lot of, basically it's my ETF watcher. So it shows me kind of what's moving in the market and what I think sectors are going to be interesting. It's interesting that IBB, which is biotech and healthcare, are the two that are actually down today with everything else being up. So I don't know if that's post, if we're thinking we're getting out of the worst of it or what, but that's what's going on there. Yeah, dogs are great. He's trying his best. And then I can, at any time, I can pop over. So this is our web version, and I'm a Mac guy, so I use our web version a lot for scanning and alerting and that type of thing. But I can always pop over here. And this is the downloaded version in which I have my, you're looking at a simulated account right now, but this is where I do all of my actual trading right through here. So looks like everything's going smooth with these new Macs here. So here's a lot of the AI movement today. This DNK, it was a great trade early and then actually got a re-entry going on here from this breakout long trade. Great little in and then out, 30-40 cents later on a moderate mode, so no complaint there. Hey Mike C, how's it going? How's it going, everyone else? Always excited to do these. I know Barry's probably very excited to have a little break. I know he's doing a lot when it comes to the test drive we have going on, which again, if you guys don't know about, I think today's the last day to sign up. You only get till the end of the week, but it might be still interesting to some. Don't you start up again. You saved us. The mailman's gone. Don't worry about it. Hey Cyber. So again, I'll talk about whatever it is you guys want to chat about and the market and all that, but it's always here for questions about trading or trade ideas or whatever. The account builder. So I think you're talking about the channel here. Let's go down to this guy. So basically all of these channels are different scans that we think different people might be interested in. So for example, On Fire is stocks that are moving up quickly as a way to keep an eye on. The account builder Big Winners is again looking for stocks that are up a bunch on the day. Growing your account is the same type of thing, but this is more related to higher volume and gappers, right? So for example, if this one is sorted by change in 5 minutes. So, on top here, you can see TCHBW, that's a hell of a ticker, is up 6.7% in 5 minutes. So that's what this one's sorting. Whereas this one here is sorting by, and let me get my pen out. Pen. Epic. There it is. And this one here. So any of these, you see how, and you may not, let me get this. So you see how this right here is indented? That basically means it's sorting by that particular filter. So this one is sorting by stocks that are up a lot from the close, like CICW is up 69% from the close. This one here is a change in 5 minutes. And then here's an alert window that's just basically looking for things that are spiking up on a lot of volume there. So that's what this one's looking at. And, there's, all of them are different, like EV related that's kind of self-explanatory, but that's the looking at just focusing on electronic vehicles. I think we have a blockchain. Yeah, we got a blockchain related one now that Bitcoin looks like it's woken up a bit and starting to move around. So all of these companies here will have some sort of blockchain type of interest. Yeah, more than anything, it's a fast action kind of channel, right? The small exchange, if you guys are interested, here's the small exchange, which is a futures exchange that the Tasty Work guys are building up. A little low volume as of now, but we're hoping that picks up down the road. I'd love to get into trading these things once IB. I think it's just taken forever to get them on their platform, but I'll love to start building some strategies with these and testing them. Right, earnings, things that are in earnings, pre-market, stuff that's gapping up in the pre-market, momentum. This is like a short float momentum kind of trade right here. All right, good. Some questions coming in. So again, we always love questions because, we don't really have anything prepared when we get in here. So it's good to answer that. So let's go through, how can I get a copy of my scanning list? You can't really. I change it around based off what the market's looking at. But if you go to the Traders Vault here, which should answer Cyber's question here as well, there's a lot of scans here, you can tell. This bullish candlestick one is one that I like. It's looking for stocks with bullish candlesticks, right? So this would be a bottoming tail, green bar reversal on LASR. Let me actually pin this so I can move it over to the other one. A doji right from here. You can see this one here. So that's what this channel does. Another one that's mine that I like is one called Rounded Bottom, which essentially looks for just kind of what it sounds like. So IAC, you can see this kind of rounded type pattern here on the daily chart right here. VStat, same kind of thing. If you zoom out, right, this kind of rounded bottom from here. So these are some patterns as well. As when it comes to, so those are kind of the main ones I look at, along with this bull flag setup. I've actually been watching Waste Management for a while. Don't worry, Tony, and I see it there. I'll get it to in a second. So those are more or less kind of the scans that I have that are publicly available, but it's really, what's your trading philosophy, right? What are you looking at for there? When it comes to other kind of technical patterns, you can always go new and check out the alert window. And under search, we actually have a geometric pattern list here. So broadening tops, inverted head and shoulders, double bottoms, double top, that's all here. So you can take a look at that as well. I usually use, and a tip if you're trying to build your own, I usually use moving averages. I like the concept of using the whether the stock is above or below moving averages and how these moving averages are kind of related to as a proxy for what price is doing, right? So it's a great way to program in patterns. For example, if it's above a moving average, a certain moving average, or below another one, it may be consolidating or kind of condensing there. I am trying to externally link my Trade Ideas market depth and limit 100 to the Trade Ideas platform. I followed the instructions and this can't seem to get multiple linkings. Is going to be a little bit more difficult. So if what I'll recommend it, Tony, if you're still having problems and you've already seen the walkthrough docs, go to our website and there's a little support chat on the bottom, and just talk about the problem that you're having, and you'll probably run into someone like Bill. You'll probably actually run into Bill. He's the man when it comes to that stuff. He's very, very good and very, very knowledgeable on all those things. So hopefully he can give you a hand. But I can't really open my Brokerage Plus right now. I don't want to show you guys the account windows. But for me, it's always been, I don't look at it, so I don't use it. So I apologize there. I probably should. But basically my morning routine is to connect Brokerage Plus to Trader Workstation and then completely close down Trader Workstation. Never moved again. Well, Chris saying he has a TOS, but no, this is not TOS. It's Trader Workstation, Chris, that he's after. I know TOS can be a bit of a pain too, but sorry I couldn't be more help on that. But I am sure as the day is long, that Bill will be able to get you sorted there. He's the master when it comes to those things. Brokerage Plus, that's my jam. I can help you out with that, but when it comes to actually just linking that external way, that's a bit, just because I don't do it, just because I don't like. So if you go into chat and you just start that you have a linking problem, you'll probably see Bill right away. He's kind of he's the guy that's good enough that actually takes that stuff for us and writes up all the documentation and everything. On swing trades, the alerts you get can see some descriptions like cross, resistance. For example, these are my swing. This is what I watch live every day. So you guys are actually looking at, because it seems like these new Macs actually don't have parallel support right now, which means I have to use my AWS accounts for everything. Anyway, that's a bunch of nerdy stuff. So you guys are actually looking at my live account. Just I have the SIM selected right now just to hide account numbers and things. So what you're seeing is basically this is it. This is all I look at midday when it comes to trading. And then the rest I do before the market opens or after the market closes. So here are my 3 alerts. You notice I have the type and everything removed, but you could do that. So for example, if I expand out this one, for example, and then I expand out the description, you can see it says cross above daily resistance is this particular one, but I already know what it is, so I don't need to look at that. So I just like to save the screen real estate and condense that. For example, this one I know is a cross above resistance right here. This is, this particular strategy is looking for, kind of a doji style or a hammer yesterday. after being down a few days, and then looks like it's pointing up, and then looking for a resistance of that. So I can expand these out as much as I want, but for me, what's important is the symbol, obviously. The price of that, just because I want to know how just far away, like this one, for example, it triggered at 36.85 and we're at 36.77. So I say, okay, well, it's still worth looking at because it's not run far away from price one way or the other. And then again, the time for the same reason. If this alerted at the beginning of the day and then it's the end of the day, I may not be as interested. So that's all I keep up. I'm personally of the mindset of simplification, right? That's why I'm a completely kind of algorithmic trader. I use Brokerage Plus to enter 99.9% of my trades. The only time I'm actually using something that's not Trade Ideas to trade is if I'm on my phone or something and I'm just moving a stop around. I use a lot of symbolist trading, in which I pick the symbols that I want the robot to trade the next day and just kind of let it go and let it trade from there. But again, you can set it up kind of however you want, which is a bit of the beauty of the software as a whole. So yeah, I can have them, just to answer your question, I can have them trade it right away, or I can just have them alert and have them pop up with a sound and say, hey, away you go. So this one here that I just call swing, this is just looking for stocks that are on my watch list. You can see I have the little heart symbol here that I added last night, and things that I'm interested in buying. So I'm kind of, I was going to say tapped for buying power. I'm not exactly tapped for buying power, but what I am is I'm just as long as I would like to be right now is probably the better way to put it. So what I will do is I will have it then just pop up here if anything triggers. I could, for example, have this trade it for me if I would like, and have it enter the symbols that I'm watching from last night. So if I go to Topless, there's really not much on there, right? I think I only have SAIA and WM is all I put on it last night. So that's kind of all that's all that's there for me. But you could add as many as you want to that list. And again, the reason I only added that many is just because I've got enough positions in which I'm watching right now. Can we add days highs and days low in B plus? I'm not too sure what if you could just kind of AJ, just kind of a little more description on that. You could say I want to enter on a new high of day or a new low of day, or a new 2-day high or 2-day low, or 3-day high or 3-day low, if that's what you're after. No problem at all there. That's an easy one. You can also put the stop at the high of the day and the low of the day as well, if that's what you're after. Swings, so the trades could be 1 to a few days. Yeah, and that's, I'm kind of in the neighborhood. I would say I take most of my profit on trades 2-3 days in is kind of my time horizon. But it's one of those things, if I'm in for a week or so, then I'll just be in. Like, one of my holdings right now is Nike. I'm in from this level right here. You can see my stop loss right here. If I get stopped out, I'm actually in a profit, roughly. And we're 3 days later and I'm still in. It's just because it's been, it's bottoming tail and bottoming tail and bottoming tail. So every time it's sold off here in the morning, it's come back. So, I don't like time frames, and it's funny because if you go back on my YouTube channel at all, I was a couple years ago just a staunch day trader only. But as soon as I removed kind of time frames as a worry of my trading, things got way better for me. Just easier, I guess, would be a better way to put it. WC Tony, I've resolved. Oh, opening TWS and TI in admin mode has helped WC there. So you might want to check that out, Tony. So if you right click on any program, so if I right click and then I go to more and then run as administrator, it gives the computer like more rights, to your computer. So that may help. That might help that as well. Are my alert windows? I can share this alert window. I can't share them all because this one here is connected to a symbol list, and this one here has customs, so I can't share those. But this one I can certainly share. Let me grab that for you. There's no customs in this. And all this one is it's looking for rounded bottoms as best as I could find that are now breaking out. So, right, if we look at PIC, you can see these big rounded bottoms, and as JC from All Star Charts always talks about, is a great follow. If you're not following them, is the bigger the base, the higher in space is kind of the joke. But I like this look of stocks that have. I don't want to be the guy buying as it's doing this, but after it does this for a long period of time and then starts doing this, I get a little bit more interested. So if you look at all of these, they have that same kind of look where they're beaten up on the year and then they've been kind of basing ever since. Basing ever since from there. So again, that's just one of the ones that I like. And then maybe there's some more I can show you if we go back over to the web here. So then this is the web version. Really, there's not too much. This is probably one of my favorite ones, and I could share this one as well, where if you guys are interested, which is just stocks with kind of insane short floats that are close to their 10 period moving average. So basically just it filters out stocks that are, very much above. They're, something that's run a shit ton above its 10-day moving average, or something that's tanked way away from its moving average, I'm not interested in. And I sort this by relative volume, and you can see, or no, I don't. I don't do that at all. This one should be sorted by short float. Short float. Okay. Oh, now it's relative volume and short float. Bah, hold on. Tools. Load. The scan. The reason I called it that, it's pretty much the only scan that I need most nights to get enough long ideas, and I'm mostly a long swing trader. If I'm looking to short, I usually short the indexes as opposed to just shorting the market overall. So for example, this SFIX is interesting. It's a woman clothing store. Basing kind of a high tight base up near highs, not over bought on the RSI, so that's fine. And 40 down here, I don't have my drawing tool for this, but on this one, you can see a 40% short float. So potential for some insane action. And again, that's why I like heavily shorted stocks, just because if there's a catalyst, then there's some pent up supply for that, right? And I don't have to think too much about that. I can just say, okay, I know why people would be buying if people decide to buy, kind of thing, right? I know that there's that momentum, and it does seem to be holding this kind of support area okay in through here. But yeah, I'm the more we put on the web, the more I like the web version. Again, as a Mac nerd, I like the concept of right everything being web based, and it's something that we're pushing harder towards. And there's ideally we make Brokerage Plus available to the web at some point in the future, and then once that's done, I'll probably ditch the downloaded version entirely. So if you haven't played with it in a while and you're a Mac guy, or even I've noticed with the new iPad support for mouse and keyboard, it actually makes it an interesting, compelling argument to start scanning on that while I'm being mobile. I use Parallels as well. There's some stuff that I can't use the web for, in which it's it's more in the back end type of thing. This alarm is interesting. I'm actually gonna 1 second. Alarm going up to my other account here. I'm gonna nibble on this for a swing. There we go. Yeah, so Parallels works. I also use AWS. So what I was showing you before there was my AWS account, which is just Amazon Workspaces, which is essentially just a computer that I rent in the cloud. So it's a Windows 10 computer that I rent up in the cloud. And one of the main reasons that I do that is that everything's hosted away, so the internet connection's always stable. I can close the lids of my laptop. I can go where back before COVID, and probably sometime soon after COVID is over. I used to do a lot of traveling for different places I consult with, Trade Ideas being one of them. Fly around, go to conferences, shake hands, kiss babies. And it's nice that I can be in the air or be wherever I want, and the thing is just kind of up there working for me. Like, that's the main reason that I like to use it. That turns out to be expensive. Yeah, well, so AWS is, I think, $35 a month, and that's obviously a tax write-off for a professional trader. So it's certainly more expensive than Parallels. It's just, for me, again, it's worth it to be able to connect from, like, right now I'm on my desktop, but when I'm done, I'm going to go sit in the backyard with the dogs and let them run around, be on a laptop, and then I would just be able to connect to the same platform to see how the different trades are going. How's alarm going? I always like to watch for the first minute or so after I enter. So I liked, main reason I entered this, again, we're not giving investment advice or anything like that, was just this big strong kind of push up we had here off of earnings, and then this pullback to the short-term moving average, and you can see there's a doji here and a doji here, and now we're breaking that today. So these two dojis, to me anyway, kind of signal indecision. So I want to see a push up from there, and then of course we found it on this scan, which I just call the scan, which has it's a short float looker, and this got a 20% short float. So, combining all those things together, that's kind of the synopsis to take a shot here. I'm wrong if it gets even right down here to 68. So I'm in around, what's my actual fill? Where is it? Alarm. 7109 was my fill. And then my stop is going to be, 68. 50, give or take. So that's going to be couple points away. And then, could it get up to take a run at the highs here, which would be 10 points away? Yes. Therefore, I've got a good potential risk reward play going on there. What else do I got on the go that we could talk about? Nike. I already talked about Nike. That's doing okay. SPWR isn't looking the best today, but I got some of that going right kind of in here above this little doji right here, and it's just kind of been chopping around, so I'm up a little bit on that. RCKT I got out of most of today, so there's not a lot to be talking about there, but I picked that up in this area down here and out most today, a little bit left in that. I've got Rocket Mortgages, RKT. I'm in from here. I'm in from 21. What's the fill there? 21.84. And we're just kind of chopping around there. So that one I'll be quick to get out of if we break down here. I'm not loving that because I've been in it. Anytime that I'm in a stock, and it's been I think 3 or 4 days now, and it's just chopped sideways, I start to get like real nervous. I've just kind of noticed that your best trades, and it's probably something you guys noticed as well, your best trades just kind of, they work, right? Ride, Steve Gomez got me in both Ride right here, which is amazing. And he got me in Riot. And I think Brian Shannon got him in these ones too, which was great as well. Good push there. But battery runs out soon on Mac when you use Windows. That's another reason I use AWS, is that the processing is hosted above as well. What are the data fees for professionals? Let me check. Is there a way to track bullish and golfing on 2 minutes? No. Well, the only ones for intraday are the ones that we would have available in the system. Now, for daily, you can do things with custom formulas. Let me see if I can show you there. And we may be able to go through some custom formula stuff if that's something that interests you guys, where you can reference today's high, low, open, and close and yesterday's high, low, open, and close, but you cannot reference intraday, high, low, open, and close. So for example, this scan I have here is just looking for stocks that are making inside days. So just, the price action being inside yesterday's price action. So you could do the same formulas pretty easily for the other way around if you wanted to do engulfing candles as well. So I just checked for the professional fees, and our little Slack channel is saying it's about $119 a month for the professional fees. Now, the other thing I'll say is if you find engulfing candles intraday, I always kind of get worried about them because the way we treat engulfing is more open and close engulfing, so it means that there's kind of a gap from there. Yeah, if you guys are interested, let's do a little custom formula thing. Hopefully not everyone nods off, but if you go to TradeIdeas.com, let me resize this a bit so you can see. Yeah, so you click on login. Oops, not twice like I did. And you click on that. Let me just log in here. Cyber, one of your messages just said message deleted by the Google moderator team. So I don't know what you did, but Google didn't like it. So just be careful there. So you're under account here. It's crazy. This account was opened in 2009, and this is my newer account. And you go down to custom formulas and you click on that. See, these are all of my custom formulas. There's a bunch here and probably a lot of garbage that I got to filter out. But you can click on these two things down here, the help. Let me open up that. And the filter codes. Let me open up that. So here's all of the filter codes. So anything that is here, you can reference within the custom formula section. And then anything that's within this PDF, let me shrink that. Anything in this PDF you can reference as well. So for example, you can reference, go down, right? The last price, the most recent close, right? Day of the week, high and low of yesterday or today, and then the high and low of previous day. And you can reference all these things and you can do pretty basic math on them. But note, there's no intraday high, low, open, close action here that you can reference. But there's a lot you can do here. So for example, I have one of my entry algos. I have where I'll buy it, and that's what I just did here on Alarm, ALRM, in which I just went and I clicked on it, and it went buy and then stop at yesterday's low, which was right here, and I can do that with one click because I have a custom setup. So there's some really cool stuff you can do with custom formulas. Just note that it's not, you can't do everything kind of thing. Man, you click on anything on YouTube. I was just clicking to the next song, and you get these like really scammy trader dudes. Gross. So can we do a custom filter for 2-minute golfing? No, you cannot reference intraday data, only today's data and yesterday's data. So no 2-minute engulfings. Let me actually refresh this. Sometimes when I click off, it gets a little buggy, so I refresh it a few times a day. I'd also say be careful of anything it has an engulfing candle intraday, which means, and here's a perfect example, right? So this is an engulfing candle on REZI, and for it to be a pure engulfing, it has to gap lower, and then the close has to be higher. So to have an intraday engulf, you'd in theory have to have an intraday gap, which would be ideal. I can share this layout. I don't think most of these scans will work for you, just FYI. Some of them may look a little bit bad just because... share. Yeah, I get what you're looking at. I'm just saying be careful of intraday engulfing because it means you had an intraday gap, which means... if you have an intraday gap, it means your security in some respects has to be pretty liquid, right? So just be careful and trade whatever you're going to trade. If you've got a trading plan and it works, great. Fill your boots. Away you go. Not there yet. I'm breaking my head on TI, try to figure out a way that I can get alerts earlier than scanners. Well, again, it's all about it. It all comes down to your plan, Cyber, right? It's like, okay, what is your trading plan? If you don't have a kind of a written step by step, for me, I enter stocks generally speaking after bullish candlestick patterns. I'm a candlestick nerd. This alarm is working out pretty well as we watch, right? So I'm a candlestick nerd. I enter in the direction of the trend. I enter close to a short-term moving average. I've got a plan and a pattern that I've been doing for years and years and years. So, step one is to figure out exactly what that is, and then start engineering the scan that's going to get you that early. So, if you're looking for what do you put engulfing spread range breakout, well, maybe you're looking. You rank whatever one of those is most important. If it's a range breakout, well, maybe instead of looking for the range breakout, you hunt for stocks that are in ranges, and then you set alerts above and below those ranges so you can try to catch them as they're breaking, and try to, it's almost like an object of going back in time, right? You want to know, okay, this is, and I've got a whiteboard behind me. If I had my camera set up on this new Mac, I'd show you, but I got a whiteboard behind me where I actually draw out the thing that I want to see. And then from there, it's saying, okay, this is what it looks like on entry, which is the drawing I made. Now let me go back a candle or two and see what it looks like, because I want to look like it was back a candle away, and then away we go. How do you scan for 2 consecutive candles above average volume? You can't do 2, but you can do above average volume for the current one. And all you would do is look at our volume percent filters. So if I right click, let me just configure. Right, you can see if I go volume, he'll give me everything volume related. And then just look for whatever, for example, if you were looking for 5 minutes above average volume, you can do all that there. I was telling Barry if someone could publish a book on TI strategies that can be used, it'd be a great seller. We have a whole bunch of ebooks that we have for free. Trade Ideas ebooks. I wrote one chapter in one of them, and then I think they realized that nobody... that I shouldn't write anything. That's why I do videos. I think that's why my YouTube channel is the thing that people know me for, is that I'm not a writer of things. But yeah, here's one ebook, active trading for the what is it called? Active investing for the passive trader. I did chapter, so Sean did 1. Where am I? I did chapter 2, algorithmic curated swing trading. And it shows just kind of how I do my routine of curating my swing trades. And it's a step-by-step plan. Jeez. Oh, I guess that was just it. It's just me and Sean that wrote this one. And to get that, I just Googled Trade Ideas ebooks. There's like 4, I think, that we have. Again, it's one of those things that, a scan can only take you so far. It's something, how you use it kind of thing. Well, and it's around swing trading, but I don't think there's much of a difference, to be honest. I use, if I saw this exact setup right here that you're seeing, so say these weren't daily candles, say these were 15-minute candles, it still, to me, would be an interesting setup, right? That going through here. Say these were 2-minute candles, same kind of thing, right? You have a gap up, comes back down to test to see if it wants to go fill the gap. It finds some support, and you take your shot. And really, the moral of the story, again, my trading epiphany, I always like to share, because I think it's super important, and because I think it's, a lot of people don't kind of talk about right off the bat, but it has to do with the fact that the moment I became what I consider, now I'm a confident trader in the fact that I know that, put me down with any market in the world, and eventually I'll make some money, right? When I got to that level of confidence, excuse me, is when I stopped caring in any respect about my win rate. Just stopped entirely. Didn't, just don't care at all. I could have a 35% win rate. Doesn't bother me. It's when I kind of abandon all that and focus entirely on risk reward. That's for me when things started to get interesting, because it was liberating in a respect that, that I knew, okay, I'm going to, I just don't need to focus on that stuff anymore, right? I can just trade my trades, and away you go. And then when I sat down and did the math all the time. So let's use this alarm for example, right? So I'm in around here. I can't remember the exact price, but I said it to you guys around here. Let's just say at $71, and I'm getting out at, to be honest, I'd probably be out at $69. So let's say I'm risking $2. And then I look at it and say, okay, is there a chance that I could get 10? I could get $81. And that would just be kind of just breaking a new high here. Yes. So that's a 5-to-1 risk reward. So if I can be right 25% of the time with a 5-to-1 risk reward, then it is only a matter of time until I make money. Right? And that's, assuming, right? Obviously, I should put this preference that you're trading in a way that you could survive a strategy with a 25% win rate, which would mean a strategy that is wrong very, very often. But just having that fact and knowing that if, as long as I'm disciplined with my risk, and as long as I let the reward work out, then sky's the limit, right? So if I'm right 50% of the time, and this thing with a trade like this, then that's great. I can make a crap ton of money, right? And I on every presentation I do, and I do a lot of presentations for trade ideas like Wealth 365, and I did the Westmark recently. I talk about this, and I talk about my returns and my personal account, and not to brag, but my personal account's up 145% return this year. Again, and it's not, if I go through, I usually don't until the end of the year, but if I go through the win rate, I'm not up that money because I have a wicked win rate, because I don't, and I'm first and fully okay at admitting that, because I don't think there's any problem with admitting that, right? I don't think there's anything wrong with just saying, hey, I'm right half of the time, but I'm very disciplined with my risk reward, so in the long run, it all kind of works out. And that's kind of why every time someone's like, they're looking for a scan or something, I always go back to a trading plan, is because that's where you really can note that stuff off of trading plan, where you can say, a trading plan should always address what is my edge, which is what do I do great? And for me, what I do great is just very, very logical, right? If you ever read the book Thinking Fast and Slow, if you haven't, you should. It's a great book. But they talk about that. They talk about fast thinkers and slow thinkers. So I am without a doubt a slow thinker in their book, and that just means that I do better with long-term kind of logical planning as opposed to short-term kind of more rash decision making. So again, find your edge, figure out what it is, forget about your win rate, and just focus entirely on your risk. You got to find some strategy that says, I'm going to buy here and I'm going to sell here, that hopefully has an edge that's a little bit over 50-50, and then it's just letting the law of large numbers work for you. This is why I always say trading is simple, but it's not easy, because it's not easy to come up with something that's got, hopefully a 50-50 edge. But the math behind trading is simple, right? The guys who you see around who are, I made $1 million today and it's 5 seconds into the market and blah, blah, blah. We all know that's horseshit. But, what's not is the people that grow fairly large accounts over time because they just have a R multiple trading that I call it. And I cover all this. I feel like I should plug. I usually don't. I was about to say I usually don't plug, but what I meant was I usually plug way earlier in this. But I did a series here with my wife, which I actually need to upload the latest version of, where I taught her kind of to trade from scratch. And this is the kind of stuff that I hammered in these lessons where away you go. So what's my edge? Which is a great question from someone who's actually listening. I love that question. So my edge, A, is the fact that I've been doing this since 2006, right? So I've got 14 years of seat time where I've just been going through charts and learning. Also, my edge is partly trade ideas. It's the fact that I can back test scenarios before I commit to trading them, which I think is huge for me as an edge. And then lastly, I think my edge is what I was talking about with my complete abandonment of caring about win rate. I think my edge is kind of an internal understanding of that risk reward is everything. It's not just the most important thing, it's everything. And then, everything from there just kind of, goes as it goes. But mostly I would say everything on this edge has come from, 14 years of screen time, of sitting here. I've worked for hedge funds for 10 years. I did some prop trading for a couple years, and then I've been here at Trade Ideas while trading my own account for another few years. So, it's the Malcolm Gladwell 10,000 hours type of thing. Which is, I know it's not what a lot of people want to hear because, right, there's no fast track to that at all. You're just kind of, you got to deal with it when you got to deal with it kind of thing. And everyone's edge could be different, right? Some people are, really great at real-time strategy games, and they can think really, really fast on their feet, and they can do really, really good math very quickly. That could be an edge. The other way around could be an edge where you plan everything very well. That could be an edge. An edge could just be that, you have better discipline than most people, right? You're the guy who can say no to that cheesecake when a lot of people can't. That's a great edge in and of itself. So it doesn't have to necessarily be the amount of time that you put in, but that's obviously going to be a component. Because I didn't come across the realization about, I was like a lot of traders out there where I was fixated on win rate for years and years and years, for a very long time. And again, that's just the nature of it. So I didn't come through these realizations of being, a smart guy. I just came from it by doing the wrong thing for the wrong time. Your video on Holly AI for the first time users was great. Oh, thanks. Didn't know it was on the channel. A lot of the stuff I do on my channel, some of the time I do it on both. It kind of flips back and forth. Don't worry, Mike C. I'm not getting kicked out yet. Are you just clamoring to get Barry back? But yeah, so some of the stuff you'll see on the channel that I posted above there, that's a lot of the stuff that I do personally. A lot of the stuff that's talking about trade ideas and things like that will be uploaded to both the main channel and my channel. Mine's gonna have a lot more personal stuff as well. I don't. All right, it's all trading related. There's nothing about there about politics or nothing crazy. What's going on there? Any good books for strategies? I actually have. Let me get this for you. I actually have a list, a Google Doc. Before Barry kicks me out, let me see if I can get to this. I have a Google Doc. I really need to update it. Um, books. That is called books. In which these are books that I like for trading. Checklist manifesto. Whatever. Yeah, here it is. Manifesto. So this is. Where is it? Where are you guys? There you go. Lots of things.
Of course, I was in. Yeah. Okay. right, guys, I'm back. Okay, John, first of all, we don't have the 13 SMA, number one. Okay, so we do not have a 13 SMA. Okay, so John, I'm answering somebody in the YouTube feed. We don't have the 13 SMA. Number one. And as far as the symbol is concerned, I need more information. Okay, so yes, you cannot create the 13 SMA custom scan. Can you hear me, John? Okay, guys, I'm just let's see if I caught up to all. Wow, look at that KZIA. So after that, it had the pop, rest, and now boom. Interesting action on it. I mean, it had news after hours yesterday. Big pop all the way up to 1640 or so. Market opened. It was still positive, but when the market opened, it looked like, wow, maybe news isn't that great. I mean, it's positive data. It's a bio, so it released positive data. So the market opens and it does this, and then it does this big, huge pop, and then it kind of flattened out, and now it's going again, KZIA. And fuel cell, I'm not in it anymore, guys. I'm not in it anymore, but wow. And it's interesting that the CBAT, which was the big major star yesterday, is not following suit at all. Not following suit at all. I mean, it's going counter to fuel cell. Sorrento, let's see. I don't know if there's any specific news on it. Don't know. Don't see any. I don't see a headline on it, so I don't know why it's moving. Having a nice little comeback though. I'm kind of basing for the last little while, but I don't know. That's today because I'm just looking at headlines. I don't see headlines for it right now. It's a COVID play, but as usual, GKK knows. All right, now the market is now starting to get a little weaker. Starting to see a little bit more weakness here. I mean, the market is only down, 14. The SPY is almost flat. NAS is up just a little, but the market's getting just a little bit weak. our counter player, William, shorting FCEL. Boy, what's Plug doing? So as fuel cell continues higher, Plug is just starting to drift just a little bit down. And let's take a look at fuel cell and the float. So there's 277 in that one, and there is 397. So fuel cell just a slightly lower float. Well, not slightly, it's a lower float. And by the way, I should point out the similar. So this is the similar. These are stocks in the similar sector. So that's why we see fuel cell here and Plug here. Sun W, Ballard is here. Optinose, OPTN, trying to break 5 again. There's that, well, look at that. There's the 200-day. So it is now through the 200-day. And if you look left for Optinose, yeah, sometimes that happens. Well, the next high looking left on the monthly chart is just over 7. So take a look at the weekly. Let's take a look at this weekly chart. Yeah, there's the area right up here. There's some resistance probably right up here. That's far enough away. Let's see if Optinose, OPTN, can take out 5. You know, and it just because it takes out 5 doesn't mean you take the trade, but see if we can get over 5, maybe base a bit, and then pop. Okay, John, in the YouTube feed, I guess you're not there anymore. Okay. I tried to answer your question, but I don't see a response, so. I keep looking to see if CBAT has a financing. Trying to figure out why is this so weak. Ah. Okay, so, I mean, I don't quite understand, but they released this news after hours. What happened after hours? Ah, okay. Well, I guess that's the reason. I guess that's bad news. Entered into a cancellation agreement with a creditor who loaned them the aggregate of 72 million RMBs. So that is, I guess that's the reason. And that, I think, yeah, that happened at, I'm looking right here, it looks like that news was, yeah, it looks like around 4:30 yesterday afternoon. So once the market closed. So that's the reason. I really couldn't figure out why is it not following suit with the rest of them. But that's the reason, I guess. So they're not as, yeah, you know, when I read that cancellation of debt, okay, good thing. But now they own less of their company. Thank you, Torps. My forte is definitely not diving into financial reports, but that makes sense then. Just what I said. Just what we said. They canceled some kind of a debt, so they don't owe as much, but now they don't own as much of their company. And that's for the CBAT. Meanwhile, yeah, look at the CBAT just getting crushed here. Continuing to get crushed. I had an opportunity to short this, but I didn't know the news, and even if I had seen just the headline, I wouldn't have exactly been able to interpret it correctly. Because I just thought, okay, this is a momentary gap down, and then I was looking at Fuel Cell and all the rest of them, and I thought, okay, this will just bounce. But no way. Because didn't I see that news the day before too? I could have sworn I saw something like that the day before. Something like that. No, okay. Maybe it was another one that canceled debt, and I looked at that. Oh, okay, that sounds good. But okay, I mean, it can have obviously it wouldn't be that one because it wouldn't have done this yesterday. Though. This is yesterday, so I mean, it even though that candle is green, it did close below the close of the day before. Okay, John. So I'm going to answer your question. So first of all, we don't have the 13 SMA, and you cannot create it. Okay, so that's number one. And we do have other SMAs, but you can't. But you can create situations where stocks are close, but not an alert for the cross of. So that's the first thing. So if you have to have the 13 SMA, it can't be done. Number one. Oh, don't look at that link. That was yeah. It ran into it. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to post that link there. In fact, let me just delete it. See if I can delete it. Yeah, remove it. I didn't mean to post that link there. I was trying to answer you. Can you hear me, John? And I accidentally. So that's not a link. That is that is a reference for you. Okay. So did you hear me though when I said you cannot create the 13 SMA? The only thing you can do, but again, this may not be what you want. So the only crosses we have of the moving averages are the 20, 50, and 200. So John, I'm not sure. Can you hear me? And then the other thing is that regarding your symbol list, I'm not sure I understand. You'd have to be a little more clear. What you're trying to, if you want to know how to create a symbol list, is that what you're looking for? Yeah, FUV is getting frisky. So somebody just said, look at FUV, who had earnings on the 16th, has not looked back. I think it's actually outperformed Solo. Yeah, FUV has outperformed Solo. Okay, so yeah, you can hear me, John. So you heard what I said. You cannot create the 13 SMA. The closest that you can get as an alert is the cross of the 20. 20 SMA. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, I don't know what you mean by when you say symbol list, what stock I need to enter everything, but it doesn't work well. I don't know what you mean by that exactly. If you're asking, are you asking like, do you want to know how to create a symbol list? And if you answer me yes, just please say something like, yes, I need to know how to create a symbol list. So I know that's what you're answering to. Yeah, it is still struggle to get through that 200-day moving average. FMGP did not take it out again. But I still have my alert set up here. It might happen later on in the day. And if it does, I'll certainly know about it. So the trade of the week is still working nicely, CLF. And I promise, Dreamer, I'm not going to close it unless it did something really crazy down. I'm not going to close it out. I'll wait till just before Friday close. I mean, there's the flip side of the float. You know, you get a big float, so you're not going to get huge moves, but maybe a little less stress than, of course, the ones that are super low floats. I do see this. Now that's pretty bleak. All right. Revenue has collapsed and is now immaterial. Express going concern doubts, which is never good. That's why we just trade these. Yeah, I mean, it was only... Yeah, in August, this was a 74-cent stock. I kind of remember all this. William, I have not shorted a top for a while. Give me one to that's going to move at least $1, okay? Tesla, yes. Ugly, my goodness, yeah. Ooh, that's an ugly chart. Where are they out of? They can't be. Oh, thought so. My home province. That's a crazy looking 15 2-minute chart, even though there seems to be volume. This is obviously co-listed, has to be on Toronto or even the Montreal Exchange. How can I, okay, this is a question from the YouTube feed. How can I send an alert when the buy showed like today? You're talking about for FUV? So where are you talking? Are you talking about in my basic new highs and lows? Like where are you talking about the buy showed today at for FUV? Well, I mean, again, these are ideas. So the fact that FUV showed up right there at 995 really hasn't moved. Yeah, I mean, there was no buy indicator earlier. Oh, FUY, FUY. Sorry, I thought you meant FUV. Okay. FUY, I don't know that one at all. Are you sure? Are you sure it's not FUV? You're typing in, unless my eyes are terrible, you just type in FUY, which is not a symbol that I know of anyway. Yeah, okay, it is FUV. Okay. Well, this is just one of those though that you kind of have to be watching because I mean, I can't tell you where a buy signal is. I mean, maybe here in a pullback and all, but I mean, there's no from my window, let's see what was the yeah, the problem is that this only triggered here at maybe it triggered earlier. Let me see. I don't think so. Yeah, the first time it triggered was at 989. Now that might be too late, but I mean, hey, listen, if it keeps going through 10. But, you can't know that it's going to do this ahead of time. So I don't know really what to tell you. You can't know it's going to do this ahead of time. I mean, if you wanted to put a high, a trigger, like a price alert, once it took out these two highs, I mean, I suppose that could have alerted you a little earlier, of course. But we don't know it's going to happen. We don't know it's going to keep doing this. I mean, it's in a hot sector. All right, so John, so you said you can create a simple alert stock below the 8 SMA. So did you hear me before? We cannot do the 13. We just can't do it. So if you need the 13, I'm sorry, but we can't do it. Woo, yes, now there's movement in the SPY. When I was doing the video, I mean, this was happening. I was saying, there's hardly any movement. Now there, excuse me, now there was some movement in the SPY. Yeah. Yeah, so if you're long anything, and it is not what we call an alpha stock that is really trading on its own, not caring what the rest of the market's doing, obviously be careful. Yeah, so you're talking about on the 2 minute. So you had to have been either watching this already, to get in here. There's definitely good consolidation on the 2 minute chart for FUV. But to actually have an alert set for here, unless you're watching this at this point and then putting a price alert, you're not going to know about this. Shutting down the schools. Wow. The nightmare that is 2020 and into 2021. Okay, so what is your alert on the 8 SMA, John? I don't know what alert you're using. Because as a filter I can see it, but I mean if I type in 8, we have the crosses, 5 period, above the 8, different period crosses. But that's the only alert, so I'm not sure what you're trying to accomplish. Unless this is semantics and you're not talking about an alert window. Are you talking about an A window that you've attached a symbol list to? Okay. And you have so you have some symbols in there. Okay, why don't you, if you can, for my curiosity, do you know how to put a cloud link in? And I'll take a look. I won't have any symbols either because your symbol list does not transfer, but I just want to see what you're trying to do. Do you know how to put a cloud link in here so I can take a look at it? So if you do that, then I can take a look at it. Okay, so just do that, and I'll take a look at it. Again, your symbol list is not, the symbols you have in there will not copy over to me, so I won't, but I really just want to see what you're talking about, okay? All right, so I'll just wait then for you to put your cloud link in so I can take a look. And I'm talking to somebody, you guys here, I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed, okay? Wednesday, wow, 2 more days of the test drive and it's over for another few months. I am not getting any new alerts now, so not really interested in doing too much trading right now anyway. I think I don't want to tempt fate. I've already had a nice day. Unless I see something that is just awesome. Hmm. So today is not crypto day. Even though, I mean, GBTC is not bad, but the miners anyway, or this miner, it's not having its day today. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute for a couple of minutes. Oh, wait a minute. Let's see if that's a question for me. That's too bad, Torps. Yeah, what a... Jeez. All right, I will. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. All right, I'm back. Okay, I'm just going to exit out of this one, flatten that one. All right, guys. Well, I see the questions have dried up, so I think what I'll do is I put myself on mute. Oh, Muddy Waters. This is Muddy. This is never good. Okay, why? Expensive stock too. Why? Where are they out of? That's more up Muddy Water. They used to only specialize in China stocks. They've branched out in the last couple of years, few years, but yeah, they used to be notorious at dumping all over these China stocks. So why? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Chris. Chris, how did you get crushed on it? When were you buying it? Did you have it before today, or? So up in this area right here, around 98 or so. Hmm. So this drop, so that drop happened. That was 9:30. So that's the opening candle dropping. Yeah, maybe not quite a good enough break. I didn't, on volume. I'm sure you see this now, but all right. BYSI is on the move. I mean, this. Look at this one. Look at this one. I mean, it's funny. I was watching this right here. I thought, okay, maybe take this on this little pop. Look at this move down. Now, is this more dramatic than? Yeah, it looks worse than it is. I mean, it's so bad. 1269 down to 1251. Look at the volume, and it's picking up. Now it's looking bad. Look at BYSI. Now, this is one I bet you William is going to take a look at this one and maybe get into the pop of it. Wow, this is really sick. Is this shortable? Yeah, it was shortable too. Okay, now there's the pop from right off 12. What's the spread like? Terrible spread. 1211, 1238. Untradeable right now. Yeah, that seems to be, I don't know if I want to call that a bug. Um, Depends how you placed it. So for instance, if I take a trade right now, say I take Mara right now. So if I take Mara right now and I buy, no, I'm already in the trade. So let me do another one. Let's look at fuel cell. Okay, so I'm going to take fuel cell right now. I'll take 200 shares. I'm going to buy right at the market. Okay, so I just bought fuel cell right at the market. Now I'm going to add the stop order. Now maybe this is why, okay? Because I know I can do it this way. I put the stop here at 530. Add the stop order, 530. Yeah. Add it, now it's here. Now I can move that line up and down and it won't snap back. I do know what you're talking about. I have no explanation. So if you do it manually, it's certainly you can move it up and down. Yeah, so the 20, you're asking me the question about the 20 SMA. I do believe, okay, even though it says crossed above the 20 and crossed below, I believe it needs a volume confirmation, John. So it may be a little bit late than what you expect. That's all I can say. It usually is looking for a bit of a volume confirmation on it so that it doesn't, pop up and down. So the answer is yes and no. Okay? If the stock is not moving that quickly, it'll be very, very, very close. Okay? Yeah, I don't know what that means for me in terms of a lockdown in British Columbia. I mean, if you're talking about schools, I honestly don't even know how open the schools have been. Yeah, see, I look at cases. I look at, I'm more at looking. Okay, how many hospital? I mean, obviously, the big thing about any of this is how many hospitalizations, and of course, unfortunately, how many deaths. But how many hospitalizations? Because with the original, back in the spring and all, I don't want to get too off topic here. I mean, we're talking BC now, so. Yeah, it's funny. I mean, not funny. I mean, I don't know anybody. There's just my wife who has been working home. She actually went into the office today, but don't know anybody who has contracted it. Well, there you go. That is classic Muddy Waters on a China stock. Classic. Fraud, fraud, fraud. Not just maybe cooking the books a little, but out and out fraud. Getting that alert from just a minute. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, here's maybe support for it, but I mean, there's no support for this if it's true. you know, as you know. I mean, there's 86, there's 80 for YY. Yeah. Good luck, Kaiser. Okay, so John, I'm answering you. The issue with that, you can use the alert. Okay, I'll try to answer your question, Charles. I'm not sure there's a link exactly, but so John, the only problem on the 2 minute the 2 minute candle has to close. Okay, so you will not get an alert at the absolute cross. You have to let the 2 minute candle has to close. So just so you know. So there it is. Yeah, the 8 crossing. So yes, you can use it, but the 2 minute candle has to close. Shouldn't be too bad. I mean, it depends. I mean, if it's a huge 2 minute candle, then you're going to get maybe a bit of a late alert. But so yeah, I mean, you can try it. See what you get. What is happening with FUV? The reason I'm saying this is that it's ringing in my ear. Is this on the way up or the way down? Ooh, on the way up. Wow. And I'm not sure where it's coming from. Oh, I know why. That's why. Oh, right here. No, I can't make any recommendation like that. Keeping it overnight. I mean, it's no resistance, but I can't make a recommendation like that. It's a low float, 23 million in the float. I'm not sure why this one is moving the way it is. It had earnings on the 16th, so I mean, reasonable reaction, of course, to earnings a couple of days ago. No, if you want to auto trade anything, Kenneth, you have to have our premium service. So auto trading either the AI or your own alert strategy. You need our premium service. Okay, so Charles, when you say you need to organize the Brokerage Plus window, what exactly do you mean? Give me an idea. I mean, these columns right here that you see, they are all, there are a lot of columns that you can have. Please don't ask me to explain every one of them, but I mean, because I don't use them all, but I mean, most of them make sense. Hopefully they're named in a way that makes sense, number one. These are tabs, from new. Click on new. These are all the tabs you can have. What specific is there? Is there something specific? This is a gear which you can have the P&L graph. I don't have that up and running, but you can show filters. No, the AI has nothing to do with your price alerts. Okay, the AI has a mind of its own. Okay, there's the entry, and that is the price alert for the AI. Now we don't recommend auto trading. All right, the AI. If you want at the maybe you want to take a shot at doing the entries, fine, but I'd manage the exits on your own. The other thing is that before I would commit money, why don't you just use the simulator? Use the simulator. You can auto trade the AI and see how it works. You can use the simulator. You need a premium service. Right now during the test drive you don't. You can auto trade the AI with the simulator and see how it works for you. So AI's got nothing to do with your price alerts. Does that make sense, Leo? These are alerts from the AI. It got nothing to do with, okay, good. It's not your price alerts. We are, but we've been saying this for a long time, we are trying, I don't know what it takes to do it, but to be able to, you create your own price alerts and to and to trade them. Right now you can do, where are my price alerts? Okay. So, I mean, listen, we get, I think we get, to me anyway, we get pretty hung up on price alerts. Not in this price alert window. In an alert window, so let's maybe this is just semantics. Okay, this is when you say price alerts. This is the price alerts window. If you're talking about alerts like this, yeah, you can create your own alert window and have it auto trade. Yes, an alert window. But you said price alerts. This is the price alerts window. So it might be semantics. But we are looking at a way in which you can set price alerts and have it auto trade. But listen, unless you were trading, I mean, many stocks at the same time, I still don't see why, if you get an alert, that you can't quickly click on the alert. No, unless the stock is moving so fast. But listen, if a stock is moving so fast, you're not going to be able to auto trade it either unless you put a huge limit offset. So unless the stock is trading so fast, but I'd be doing this. I'd be clicking on the alert. You get the alert. I take a look. Yeah, I want to trade it. I go right back, trade, and pick one. You know, I mean, you might only have one or two to pick from, how you want to trade it, either on the long side or the short side. I mean, how long will that take? 5 seconds? I mean, if 5 seconds is going to destroy a trade for you, then, you're, and again, when I'm not talking to you specifically, Leo, but, you people out there, 5 seconds delay is going to destroy a trade for you, then I guess you're just in it for pennies. And we're not really designed for that. So, I mean, this is not auto trading, but it's pretty darn close. In which case, you don't need our premium service. You can do all this with our standard service. Set up. We do have a video, and you should watch this video because it's got more than just that. If you're serious about using IB and Brokerage Plus, and here's the video. It's long, 25 minutes. It is segmented, so there might be a segment just on that. But you should watch the whole video anyway. It's a matter of you click on the strategy and then, load from cloud, etc. But load from cloud, you pick your strategy you want in. But you really should watch the video. And before you even auto trade your own strategies, your own alert window, use the simulator. I mean, Okay, Charles, are you talking about this graph? Are you talking about this graph here? The P&L graph? When you say how to find the P&L portfolio, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you mean. If you mean this graph, or are you talking about here's your open P&L, here's your closed P&L. These are just columns you can add if you don't have them. So I may not be understanding what you're actually looking for when you say you need to know how to find the P&L portfolio. Well, the market is really putting in. I thought the Dow would be down more based on what's happening here, but it's not down as much as I thought it would be. Yeah, Zoom again. We're really. I mean, this probably was a big overreaction, but it has not recovered yet. Okay, so Charles, you see where it says open P&L, and today, if you don't have anything carried over from the day before, open P&L is telling you your open P&L positions. Okay, that's what this is. You can see my screen. I want to make sure you can see my screen. So that's what the open P&L is telling me. So for instance, I entered this one yesterday, CLF 881. So my open P&L on that is $127. Today, is 13 because, it was up, it was past 881. So this is just calculating what it would have been to what it is today. But my open is 127 as an example. Mara, my open is 82. Is that so? That those are my current positions, the open P&L. So can you see my screen? It really helps. I think what you really want is just your open P&L. It's just a column. You right click on one of those column headers, click on columns, and this is alphabetical order. LMNOP, there we are, open P&L. Okay, so yeah, so well, really, I mean, I have about 10, and I'm not going to share them. I'll be honest, I'm not going to share them. That's sort of call it my secret sauce. Um, but I have about 10 scans that I look at. Most of the scans are arranged on the position in the day's range. Most of them are. So I always like to see stocks that are near the high of the day or near the low of the day. That's about all I can tell you. It's not so much. And now there are some, obviously there are some filters in place, minimum volume, depending on the scan I'm using, minimum volume, how maybe a minimum amount that it's up in terms of a percent, things like that. Okay. So because otherwise I don't want to see every stock, without any other, and a price range. I mean, I have a certain price range that I like. So yes, I do have some filters in place. Otherwise, I don't want to just see every single stock that's near the high of the day. I'd have hundreds and hundreds. So yeah, so the filters I will start to use could be relative volume filter plus volume plus a certain percent up or down if I'm looking on the short side. So most of my scans that I look at are arranged like that. And then so once I have those scans, I just load. I have I have what I call my screener for next day or something like that. So I load that layout, and then I just click on alerts. Click on all the alerts I see, every single alert. Well, Charles, if you can't see my screen, you want the... Okay, so can you hear me? Because all you have to do is right click. Okay, first of all, can you hear me then? If you can't see my screen, but can you hear me? So if you can hear me, then I can kind of explain. It's really simple to get that column. But you have to let me know if you can hear me. Or maybe I can just type this in right. Maybe that'll help. If you can't hear me, just, hopefully you can see what I've just posted. Boy, this is this is really, this is picking up steam here, isn't it? In terms of the SPY. Whoa, fantastic, Torps. I'm just reading your post about ARCT. Fantastic. That was gutsy because, it got beaten up badly. Got beaten up badly this day. Yeah, that was pretty gutsy. No, I know, Todd, but some people have me maybe on mute, and they also can't see my screen. All they're looking at is the postings. So I know I should have said, "Can you hear me, Charles?" Wow, what a great swing. Gutsy. Because I don't remember why this happened, but it's usually not good, but it's had a great recovery. Oh yeah, man, the power of Muddy Waters on this one. Wow. Fraud allegations. The company is going to come out tomorrow and defend themselves. I freaking guarantee it. Okay, but we've gone from 108 yesterday down to 84. And where's the support? There is no support. There's no technical support for something like this. We'd be looking at this in usually and saying, okay, 79, 80, but this is all emotional right now. But you know what I'm saying, Zorro? Yes, in theory, it should bounce here off support, but this is not, if all these allegations are true, who's going to, it's, who knows where this is going? Yeah, 300 shares is still for a $34 stock. That's still good. Okay, so now what I'm seeing right now is even the so-called alpha. This is an Alpha 1 Pixelworks. It is not dropping with the market, but a lot of the flyers though are not are really kind of tracking the market. So yeah, like PXLW, for whatever reason. But this has got some room too. So a little bit of room. 340 right there on the weekly chart. So 80 cents away or so. All right, give me a couple of minutes, please. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Okay, BPM. Well, let's do one. I have not seen that. I've had some stops that I've in the simulator that I have purposely put in just to demonstrate how that does work. So let's take a trade. No, I want to take, say YY, okay? I want to buy YY. So I'll buy 100 shares. I'm going to buy it at the market. Okay, I just bought 100 shares. YY. 87.29. I want to put a very tight stop. What are we at? 87.20. So let's go 87. Hopefully I can do it really quickly. Add stop order. 87. Add it. Okay. So there's my stop. And I mean, it should not be a bug because I've done this many times. Watch 87.4. Now I can move my stop up though. Move it up. It's above. Okay, see, it just took it out. Just took it out. I moved it to the price and it took it out. But let me do it again. So, you know, I thought I might hit 87, so I wanted it to go right through, so it would do it automatic. But I did it. I moved it up, and it took me out. Now, let's do another one. I need one that's relatively fast. Not this one. How about fuel cell? Okay, fuel cell. Let's take 100 shares at the market, and I'm going to put a stop right down here, 509. Okay, it would pop up to 514, so I'm going to put it at 512. Let's see if I can quickly put it in and see if it takes it out. Okay, there it is, 512. Okay, so we just took it out. See, that was a bright red line. Now it's a pale one, pale red. It just took it out. So I don't know what's happening on your end. And yeah, I'm out of the, yeah, it took the 100 out, took it out. I have no position. Just one moment, please. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I have no explanation why that would happen. I mean, I watched it happen right live, so I don't know. Did it trade there? I mean, did it actually trade there? I mean, sometimes you'll see the bid and the ask and it looks below, but maybe it didn't trade there. I mean, that's the only explanation I can have. Boy, this is going to be an interesting one tomorrow. I mean, KZIA, I mean, will it hold this huge gain? KZIA has a conference tonight, okay. That is not covered in the 20 short lessons, but it may be covered in the video, okay? If you haven't watched the Brokerage Plus video, I would really encourage you to watch it. Are you trading, are you still using the simulator, or is that your live account? Ooh, okay, well, yeah, you should really, if you've never watched that video, you should really watch that video. Yeah, no kidding, nice work, Muddy. Wow. Oh, so you're not auto trading. This is, okay. Well, you're not using, I don't understand. You're using, you have an IB account and Questrade? Is that what you mean? Silly question, yes. I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe cryptos tomorrow? Maybe cryptos tomorrow. I mean, they certainly weren't alive today. Depends on the market, of course. I mean, market was really just kind of flat. I mean, look at that. I mean, it flattened out completely, was up a little bit, flattened out. And again, I guess this news regarding school closures in New York and, more dreariness, just more dreariness. So I don't understand. If you're switching everything over to Questrade, then you won't be auto trading. You won't be doing any of that. That's what I thought. You know what you said before I switch everything over to Questrade. That's what I thought, but okay. Yeah. I had Questrade a long time ago. They sure do a lot of advertising, Canadian TV. Well, I mean, listen, even if you end up not auto trading or anything like that, I think you'll like IB. I mean, I've had zero issues with IB in 4 years. When the AI has a re-entry, how will we know when it is closed? Um, that's a good question. I don't know if there's a real target. I don't think there's a target. There's a stop, a re-entry stop. Okay. So the question I had from the YouTube feed is when the AI has a re-entry, how will we know it is closed? I think the only time it'll close is if it hits the stop. It's a good question. Oh, and then of course will close out before the end of the day. I don't know if other algos kick in like profit save and reduce risk. I mean, we have so few of them. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think it'll close out. You just have to be watching it. You know, you have to know you have a stop price, so you have to watch it really. I don't think this is automated. This aspect, other than you'll get a sound alert on a re-entry. But as far as okay, now does it recalculate where it's going to close out? I don't think so. But it's a good question. I mean, because there is a stop price, like a re-entry stop price. That's a good question. I mean, I wonder if it will take you out of the trade. I don't know how it'll show up here though. Let me ask that question. You know what? I think I'm answering my question. There's no way it can work. I think this is the trade right here. Okay, this is just you're going to have to manage this on your own because I can't see how it's going to put a new stop in here, a new stop price. So I think I mean we have so few during the day that I think that you just have to if you do decide to re-entry, then you're kind of doing it on your own. I know there is a way in which you can do this, re-entries enabled. I'll keep answering. If you want to trade your live account, Paul, yeah, you have to have a data plan. Yeah, you have to have a data plan with IB if you want to trade, using your IB account. Yes. Just imagine, never mind having trade ideas, okay? Never mind having trade ideas at all. If you want to trade using your IB account, you have to have access live data from them. Okay? Well, I mean, any data plan that has live data. I mean, there are levels. It's up to you the level, but you have to have at least you have to have real-time data. Any data plan that has real-time data. I mean, I don't even know what I pay. It's not a lot. I mean, I can't. I don't even know what I pay a month for Interactive Brokers. It's not a lot. Yeah. So Ryan, I just had the answers kind of. Okay. So if you did enable reentries, and so it would take it. If I mean, we're now talking auto trading, right? So if you enabled re-entries and then it hit the re-entry stop, it'll take you out of that trade, yes. There you go, $4.50 a month. I know everybody wants free. Yeah, so re-entry is enabled. And that would just, then that'll only take you out, I think. I don't think anything else, any other algos kick in. It'll only take you out if the re-entry stop price gets hit. So yeah, it'll just be conservative mode because conservative mode is getting out exactly when the AI got out, right? So that makes sense. Yeah, look at Zoom now, guys. Look at Zoom. Take 10 shares. All right, guys, I'll be shutting down at around 3 o'clock, so let's put that in here. Have any questions? Now's the time. Yeah, see that support? It's not support, guys. There's no support for YY. Because when I say that, and I say that because this is, I mean, if people want to believe that this is true, what Muddy Waters are saying, there's no support. This is a technical bounce. I mean, I'm not saying this won't hold, but I mean, it's not the same thing as looking at a stock that is moving down into a technical support area and thinking it's going to bounce. This is all emotional right now. Yeah, but Ryan, I just don't think that in the re-entries there's such a thing as profit save, and the only stop I believe is going to be if you get stopped out, if it hits the re-entry stop price, which is calculated, of course. There's the re-entry stop price. Well, I mean, confirmed by who? I mean, it's Muddy Waters, of course. Yeah. No suggestions for today. I didn't buy I did not buy IHT yesterday before the close. It was just Mara, and that was just call it what you will, a little tip from GKK yesterday. I bought IHT in the pre-market today. Okay, okay. I'm just getting the definitive word, Ryan. So the algos do kick in. If you're a conservative mode, and that's I think the only mode you can have, profit save, and they will kick in. even on their reentry. Okay, I just talked to Michael and Michael Noss, and he told me that. Okay? I mean, yeah, there's no support, guys. I keep saying that. There's no support. I mean, here's a 200 day, but throw it out, you just throw that out. You put fraud. If it's true, there's no support. Man, oh man. Was this an IPO here? No. No, it might have been. No, it's not an IPO there either. But no, you don't want to be part of a halt down either. Yeah, I don't know how that works. I don't know how you get rid of your shares until it becomes, I really don't know. You are welcome, Ryan. Where is this going? So how? Wow. No inkling whatsoever this was going to happen yesterday. Now you have to think how many shares were Muddy Waters short before they came out with this report. Yeah, and listen, at some point, are we going to have a bounce? Yeah, because there will be people out there, William, that will just kind of be scavenging, looking for something. But but I'm not going to say, oh, this bounced because it hit the 200-day moving average. No. Yeah, you can time that well. You're absolutely right. It's a $5 bounce. All right, guys. Are there any other questions? I think I'll shut it down right now, unless there are some other questions. I'm glad to stick around if there are questions. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm going to do. I may take, well, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'll probably do nothing for the last hour. I mean, I had a good day, so I'm not going to even try to jeopardize it by trying to play a little bounce here. All right, everybody, I think that's it. I think I'll shut down. I know it's about 3 minutes early, but 2 more days left in the test drive. Long week for me, so we'll see what happens the last 2 days. So have a great evening, everybody. It's Wednesday, right? No football. Okay. And we'll see you tomorrow. I shall open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So again, have a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.